Hmm?
Almost time.
I did start. Thank you. By the way. Where are we gonna? Okay. I think I'm good with that. Good day, everyone. Good day. How are you doing today? Man, the weekend was absolutely great. I was partying. I was hanging out. I enjoyed myself. See, Spirit Love, good day to you. Jalen, OG. Glad to see you here. I appreciate you for being here. You know, you always was holding me down, giving me great perspective. So I appreciate Jalen OG being back. Yes. Don't ever think you could go too far away where you can't come back home. You're always welcome, God damn it. God damn it. I appreciate you, Jalen OG. Ice Trey, I'm doing well. What up with you? Good day to you, sir. Man, the weekend was good. Saturday, I was partying. 65th birthday was absolutely awesome. One of my baby girls, they was playing the violin for grandma for 65th birthday. She enjoyed it. Everybody, Granny, don't be questioning me, young lady. They on their break. Good day, Lauren. Lauren was looking absolutely gorgeous last night. Tezzy K, good day to you. Man, made me want to put my goddamn pajamas on last night. LA Project. Shit. The ladies was looking lovely. The part that I did get to see, I didn't get to stay for long because I was doing some work. I was out there grinding, you know, how we usually do. Yes, you was. You was looking great. You was looking, what's the word? I could say scrumptious. That's the word I could use. So you was looking great. You had great points like usual. Always very level-headed, speaking your mind. So always appreciate you. Ah, man. What else? I was partying. I was dancing. The kids was having a good time. They was partying. They was dancing. We was going through memories because, you know, 65 is somewhat of a milestone. She also retired last year. I think she just retired. So it was an awesome thing. Got to see a bunch of my little brothers and sisters. I can't really call them little brothers and little sisters. I really should call them younger brothers because they all taller than me. I'm the shortest one out of the crew. Everybody else is 6'3", 6'4", which is ridiculous. I'm mad that I didn't get the 6'3", 6'4", but it is what it is. I'm dealing with the hair. Attempting to grow the beard back. It's not that easy to grow a beard, to be honest with you, because it makes your face is always itching, and you got to deal with the itch, and it's not an easy thing. Every day I want to recut it, but I'm like, no, I'm going to deal with it. I'm going to deal with the goddamn itch, and we're going to grow this goddamn beard back. So salute to everybody that's here. You know, we had to cook up on the weekend. We was cooking up on Saturday. We was cooking it up. Oh my God damn. You know, a lot of people's going to say that they've been talking about this subject and all this and all that. But what I would say is this. When I started talking about it, it got some really hot traction. And now, you know, that's why you should leave me alone. Leave me, the SBGs, leave us alone. Because we are only dealing in truth. And if you saying some foul shit, the truth is that it's going to hurt. Because that's all we dealing with, is the truth of the matter, even if it's against us. So I suggest you leave us alone. We don't bother nobody. We don't attempt to come after nobody. We come after your thoughts. We will challenge your thoughts, and we will only stick to the topic at hand. So we have a problem with something that you said. We will talk about the topic and not you. We will not go after you. That's just what it is. And when you come after me for months and months and months and weeks on weeks on weeks, when half of your content is me, eventually, I'm going to have to hit back. And we did our damn thing. I appreciate everybody that was here. But I want to talk about the beautiful Grammys that happened last night. It was awesome. We talked about something a little bit lighter today. God damn it. Let's just have a good time, good fun, and let's just enjoy ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Let's have a nice light night. Y'all can just listen to me in your headphones, and we could just be chilling. We don't gotta do nothing crazy. Let's have a nice light Monday. Yeah, they did. They thought they was gonna knock you off for sure. For sure, they thought they was gonna knock you down. But hey, they attempted. I guess we can't be too mad at them for attempting, but it didn't work. So now hopefully they'll just leave it alone. You go do what you do. We do what we do, and we leave it as that. Stop it. Because just leave it as that. We good over here. You good over there. You build whatever you build over there. We build what we build. Simp Nation is going to build the way how they build it. And as simple as that. That's it. That's it. But I also want to talk about. I was just on the stream with Angry Man. He gave me some light to this Killer Mike situation, what I thought was very interesting. So Killer Mike, even though he got an album out that I never heard, I would like to know, have any of you heard this Killer Mike album? Because he won Album of the Year, Best Rap Song of the Year, and I believe Best Performance of the Year is what Killer Mike has won. He did a sweep. He won all three categories that he was in this year. He got Rap Album of the Year. That's over Drake and 21 Savage. Jalen OG said, I don't even know this man. Who the hell is Killer Mike? And it makes it's kind of interesting. Do we believe that he actually has the best album of the year? We know for sure it's not the most popular album of the year because nobody knows about it. And so it makes me believe that is the Grammys strictly politics? Is there any truth to behind that is based on his rap skills and his rap songs that nobody heard? If you haven't heard the Killer Mike album, cop that. Cool. Esau, did you hear the Killer Mike album? And do you believe that he has Rap Album of the Year? And Jalen OG, he is not a youngin'. Killer Mike is an older. I believe he's older than me. He's about 47 to 50 years old. So he is not a young kid or anything of that nature. He's a grown man. He's into politics. He is actually like someone like damn near a mayor of Atlanta. If he says we are voting for this candidate, he has a lot of voting power. He's damn near a voting block himself. He's so much of a voting power that even in TV shows like the TV show Billions, the dude Mike Prince that was on the TV show had to come to Killer Mike on the TV show so he could get an endorsement from Killer Mike. That's how powerful he is. Even in the fake world, his endorsement of politics was very powerful. Good day, mover. So you know what I'm saying? Esau not over Drake, but he's saying Drake won enough Grammys. Goddamn. Also, maybe Drake didn't show up. Maybe that's why. I think sometimes they try to give it to the people that's going to actually be at the show. So it makes me think that is Killer Mike working the politics of the Grammys? Because I'm pretty sure he know at least 3 to 5 or maybe all of the people that votes for the Grammy nominations. Because this is a collective of human beings that decide who the Grammys are. It's people that have been working in the industry for a certain amount of time. That's how you get into the Grammy voting block. You know, you either be the executive, PR, a musician yourself. You have accolades. You have Grammys yourself. You've been doing it for over 10 years, 20 years plus. This is how you win a Grammy. So you kind of know who's in the Grammys and who is not, who's on behind the curtain. Killer Mike album has musical dynamic, range, which one over the judges? See, so I have to listen to it. Drake has shown, he had a show in Tampa last night, so he wasn't at the Grammys, and they know he wasn't going to be at the Grammys. That's probably why he didn't win it, too. It's a possibility. This is the politics of the Grammys, possibly. Because I definitely listened to that song, Scientist, the one that he won for. I didn't find it that great. lyrically or musically. I did not. I did not see the value in that song. I had to listen to it again, possibly. But another thing I found interesting is that Killer Mike himself, when he won the Grammy, he was damn near shucking and jiving on the stage on the third one that he won. He was shucking and jiving. He was like, did a whole spin around and everything. I thought you was against the system. About the dead white man that's on our money and all these things, and how the Grammys, they always cheat us and did this and that, and you always want to fight the system. But as soon as you won, you were shucking and jiving on that stage. I found that very hypocritical. He didn't come up there and make no big speech and say, hey, us as the community, we are the no. What you did was hop on stage and be happy that those people gave you an award. 3 of them at that. That's what you did. And I found that to be disgusting. You're not standing on principle. You're not standing on the person I thought you was. We talking about Killer Mike, Joseph for more. We are talking about Killer Mike. Why are you jumping for joy that these people gave you a grade? That was the perfect opportunity to uplift more young men to do positive hip-hop music. It wasn't the time to just gloat and just be a little fucking kid and say, we got a clean sweep. They said I would never do it. The game is rigged until you win. That is a great, that's what it seemed like. That is perfect, Eso. The game is all rigged until you win the fucking game. And now all of a sudden it's the most honest thing in the world. I want to thank everybody. We did it. I made the greatest rap album. I made the greatest rap song. I'm one of the greatest performers ever. Now all of a sudden it ain't rigged. All of a sudden it's the most honest thing in the world. That's the problem I have with Killer Mike. Almost called him Sugar Mike. My bad. That's the problem I have with Killer Mike accepting this goddamn speech. Acting like all of a sudden that the Grammys is the most important thing in the world. So he didn't have a power to the people speech. That is the problem. Why didn't you? You was talking all this shit, all these years of you doing this music and you couldn't get a Grammy. You had a problem. Same thing with Ludacris, right? So Ludacris, when he finally won his Grammy for, I think it's called Rap Therapy, he was so excited. He gave a beautiful speech. He said, hey, this is why I've been working so hard. I've been getting my ass whooped by Jay-Z and Nas. He said, I was so excited. I went backstage and I was just screaming, yeah, yes. And somebody from the other side of the curtain said, man, shut the fuck up. Some of us didn't win tonight. He's like, who the fuck is that? When he pulled back the curtain, Ludacris pulled back the curtain, he looked over. It was Justin Timberlake telling him to shut the fuck up. Like, some people didn't win tonight. I thought that was hilarious. That is a hilarious story. But do not act like the shit don't matter until you win. Is my problem. And then not only that, I guess what happened was he was so excited last night. He was so excited that the Grammys finally gave him a clean sweep of every category that he was involved in, that he probably was a little overexcited. The ATL legend was probably overexcited, and the only way to calm his ass down, they put his ass in handcuffs last night. You a little too much got there. They put his ass in handcuffs. So while he won 3 Grammys, it got a little salty because he got arrested. Probably like a misdemeanor, some kind of conduct situation. I have no idea why he got arrested. They did not release the details yet. So he got arrested. So the greatest night of his life as a award-winning and being respected of his music, he gets arrested, walks out the Grammys in handcuffs, escorted out. He got locked up. I think that is very interesting. Maybe something happened backstage. I don't know. Maybe somebody said, hey, you won your 3 Grammys. Now you got to do what you got to do now. Because you know how they be. They say, hey, you got to get on that couch now because we gave you, I don't know. They say the Illuminati is real. I don't know. I'm just saying maybe he tried to buck up after he got his, he didn't follow along to what he's supposed to do when he won those goddamn Grammys. They said, hey, listen, we gave you your Grammys now. Now it's time for you to pay up. You know what you got to do. Killer Mike. And he said, fuck that. I ain't doing it. I got my Grammys already. So, maybe that happened. I don't know. I'm speculating. I have no idea. Don't hold me to that. I have no idea. Well, what y'all think about Killer Mike, album that nobody heard? He went up against some of the biggest music songs and albums that was ringing all year. He went against Drake, 21 Savage. Let me see. Let me pull it up. How about that? Let me not guess. Let me pull up exactly what he went up against so we can get a real understanding of it. Killer. Okay, Killer Mike. Drake has plenty of Grammys. Yeah. Let's see what he won against. Who was in it? Who he won against? Album of the year. Let's see. I don't know. Who did he go up against? Do y'all anybody know? Do y'all even care who he went up against? God damn. Who did he go up against? Why I can't find out who he went up against? Somebody tell me in the god. Somebody pull it up. Because y'all be having the goddamn tea. It's a little bit easy for y'all to do that. Yes, pull it up, goddamn it. Who did he go up against? Oh shit! So he got arrested for a misdemeanor battery. So he wound up whooping somebody's ass last night. God damn it! So Killer Mike, he was arrested and released after he was arrested for a misdemeanor battery at the Grammy Awards on Sunday. He seen the handcuffs being escorted by LAPD officers that was in Crypto.com. They were the one who's arrested him after winning during the pre-televised portion of the ceremony. So that's what happened. He got excited. He won his goddamn award, and he got too excited, and he wanted to put hands on somebody. So he got a misdemeanor battery assault for winning a Grammy, for winning a Queen's sweep, winning 3 Grammys. So Killer Mike touted that BS stat that Black dollars only stays in the community for 6 hours or whatever that BS is. That's what he says. So clearly, also, if you win 3 Grammys, it doesn't stay in the building. Best rap album was Drake and 21 Savage. So he won against Drake and 21 Savage. Metro Boomin. Nas. That was Travis Scott. And Travis Scott. The best rapper. So definitely, I know Travis Scott sold more than him. He probably got more songs that we heard of. Drake and 21 Savage for sure. So it is interesting. I think it was a politician move to get Killer Mike to finally win. And then so he celebrated by whooping somebody's ass. That was his celebration. The person that is so pro this and pro that, when he won something, he wound up whooping somebody's ass. That was not the night to do it.
He probably had to behave to get the Grammys for a while. He probably told you, if you want to win, you got to behave.
Yeah, he did not behave.
No,
so
he sad.
Behaved
after he got it.
God damn, he got unleashed after he won. He's like, fuck that. Y'all can't tell me nothing no more. Yeah. And I think his speech was pretty good. So his speech when he won, when he was finished shucking the job, he did his whole spin around and twirl. And the angry man, he pointed this out to me. So in his speech, he said, you are never too old. It's never too late. And you got to keep grinding. And you could and make great content, make great music is pretty much what he's saying. And you can do it still. You just got to stay consistent and grind and be good. It's what he said. It doesn't matter how late you start. Doesn't matter what circumstances you come from. It's what he said. However, when Killer Mike was in a school last year, a young boy asked him, and they was having a conversation, and he said, hey, young man, what would you like to be when you grow up? And this young black boy said, I want to be the president of the United States. Can y'all guess? Can somebody please guess what Killer Mike said to that young man? What do y'all think he said? I'm going to give y'all a second. What do you think? This man, he's just won an award that he thought he would never win. He hop on stage and he says anything is possible. As long as you keep grinding, you put in the goddamn work, you will receive the accolades that you deserve. You're never too old. It's never too late to start. Go ahead and grind. You can do it, is what he said at his acceptance speech of 3 Grammys. Now, this young man that's in school, that he was there to do motivational speaking to this young kid, what do you think he said to the young man when the kid said, I want to be president of the United States? What did Killer Mike say to this young man? I want to see in the chat, what did he say? What do y'all think he said? I'm interested in what y'all think. That is a great point. I want to know, what do you think Killer Mike said to this young man that said he wanted to be president of the United States? After Barack Obama was president of the United States, by the way. Easy Money John says it's easy for Killer Mike to say that when he started his career with Outkast and is connected to some of the top people in the industry. It is much easier when you don't have to get it out the mud. I agree with that. It is not as easy when you got, when you got to get out the mud and you got to build up your own shit from out the mud. Give me my goddamn flowers for. Okay. Killer Mike can get L.A. Reid on the phone. I don't want to hear no motivation speeches from him. Damn. Dragonfly Jones, good day to you. We don't say good morning over here. We say good day because your words mean something. And we are all alive and well. So we do not mourn each other. Good day to you, Dragonfly Jones. My brother Sharon and his lovely wife and bride on your brace, along with all the brothers, sisters in the chat. I hope all are having a beautiful and productive day so far. Yes, we are. Appreciate you. Thus far. So this is what Killer Mike said to the young man that said he wanted to be the president of the United States. He said, you, young man, because of your skin color, you would never be president of the United States. Get a new dream. That's what he told him. Dream killer. What up, Real Pookie? Black Sheep, how you feeling? Good day to you. That's what Killer Mike said to this young black boy. You would never be president of the United States. You're going to work 3-4 times as hard to even be considered. That is wild to me. But when you win, all of a sudden, everything can be possible. Nothing's impossible. That's wild to me. How you have the nerve to tell a young man that's 8 years old, by the way, he's between 6 and 8 years old, to tell this young man and kill his dream right there. How you going to kill this young boy dream? No, we got to uplift our children. We have the power in the tongue. You could breathe life into a kid or a human being's period, or death into a human being. You could bring life or a knife into a human being's life by your words. And the fact that when you win, all of a sudden anything's possible. All you got to do is keep working. It's never too late to start. All you got to do is have a vision, follow that vision, and you can get there. What happened between that time when you talked to that young black boy and you winning? What happened to you? And who gives you the right to tell some young man that he cannot be president of the United States after he already got a whole black human being that made it to president of the United States? So he has something to follow. He has a plan to follow. You can just follow what Barack Obama did. Get your ass into Harvard, get your goddamn law degree, get into politics, go ahead and be a senator, and then therefore now you could be a goddamn president. It is a progression. There's a vision for it. You could have told them that it's not an easy road to do because there's only been 45 people that ever made it to a president of the United States. I could okay for that. But you don't just kill his fucking dream and say that you could never do it. What kind of shit is that? And then you're going to hop on stage and accept and say anything's possible. Fuck that. Fuck you, Killer Mike, and fuck your album. Tell that young black boy that, in my opinion. Maybe it's more context to it. Maybe I need to watch the whole thing. And maybe I would change my position on it.
Maybe he didn't believe you would get the Grammys too. And finally believe he's like, shit, everything's possible.
So I guess it changed that night behind the curtain veil of the Grammy. Say, hey, look, we're going to give it to you. Maybe that's what changed. And maybe his mind changed. Maybe that same little boy today asked him that same question, he'll tell him anything's possible because I won a clean sweep at the Grammys. Maybe he'll change his mind. Yes. So, Easy Money Jones. He said, "Stop playing with me, Sharon. Let's get to it." So, are we going to talk about the billionaire begging for an award for his wife or nah? I don't know if it was begging. I don't know if it was begging. But, Jay-Z did bring up the fact that his wife never won Album of the Year. Beyonce. She didn't get nothing yesterday. And she definitely never. So, Jalen, OG, Jay-Z, they are saying, so Easy Money Jones is saying Jay-Z was begging the Grammys to finally give Beyonce her just due as having the Album of the Year. She's never won Album of the Year. She is the most awarded artist in Grammys history so far.
She didn't get it for Lemonade.
She did not get it for Lemonade. She did not get it for Sasha Fierce.
So
she was up for Album of the Year 3 times in her life. So one of the times of the albums that she was up for grabs was I Am Sasha Fierce. Do anybody remember that album?
Yeah.
Was I Am Sasha Fierce a good album? Can y'all name some songs off of I Am Sasha Fierce?
Ego.
Who?
Ego.
Ego is one of the, come on, y'all got to start running down some of the songs so we can have an honest conversation about this. Beyonce, I Am Sasha Fierce was up for Album of the Year and it lost to no other than the beautiful and talented songstress Taylor Swift.
You set it up.
So I Am Sasha Fierce lost Album of the Year to Taylor Swift albums called Fearless. Oh, If I Was a Boy was on I Am Sasha Fierce. Woo! Wow, If I Was a Boy. I do not remember that song Disappear. I don't remember that song Disappear. But If I Was a Boy was a big ass record. That was played every goddamn way. Oh shit. Oh, Broken Hearted Girl, Mover. She's not playing with y'all. Broken Hearted Girl, sing it. I don't know how it goes. I have no idea what's Ava Maria. I have no idea that record either. I don't know that record. Ava Maria, I do not know that record. So If I Was a Boy, I give you that.
Single Ladies, but that was Single Ladies because it was 2 parts.
Yeah, Single Ladies was on that album as well. I'm a diva. I'm a diva. Woo! Those are 3. I give you those 3 records right there. Those 3 records is bars. What else she had on there? Legend has it she acts like a boy when she's under hypnosis. You silly. Sacred of Lonely. I don't know that record neither.
Scared and Lonely, not Sacred.
Oh, Scared and Lonely. Of Lonely. It's a good record. What else? What else Beyonce had? She had Video Phone with Lady Gaga on there. Goddamn, like I Am Sasha Fierce was a fire album. It really was. It got at least 7 bangers on there. At least 7 bangers on, but she did not win. She lost to Fearless. God damn it. Now, Mover, I want you to name all of the fire songs on the album Fearless from Taylor Swift. Run down the songs of Fearless of Taylor Swift. God damn it. Oh my God. Oh my God. So
we're grown and sexy. We're not
move up. Mother. So we saying that Taylor Swift didn't have no hits compared to I Am Sasha Fierce? God damn. That is hilarious. I don't know. Hey, I don't know. So that's one album that lost. All right, so let's move on for that. So she possibly should have won for I Am Sasha Fierce. That album was good according to the list that we just ran down. Especially So another album that lost was Lemonade.
No, that's crazy.
Lemonade lost to. Lemonade lost to. Who do y'all think Lemonade lost to?
Taylor Swift.
So it was another beautiful songstress, a beautiful voice that she lost to, a songwriter, a singer, super good. Her voice is amazing. She lost to Adele. What album was it though? Adele, number 25. That's what she lost to. She lost to 25. I don't know if that was a proper album to lose to. Even though 25 has some great records on it as well, but Lemonade lost to 25. I think Lemonade visually is absolutely awesome. Goddamn, say it isn't so. Beyonce versus racism. Whoa. Damn. And you know, when Adele won that album, she gave Beyonce a lot of props when she won. Adele was like, hey, listen, B, I appreciate you. You are inspirational to all my black friends, which was wild that she had to make sure she put that distinction out there. She said, you are inspirational to all my black friends. Beyonce, yes, she said that on stage. She said, all my black friends love you, Beyonce, after she won a Grammy. That was kind of wild. But at least she's taking accountability. But yes, Adele actually said that. That was kind of wild to me as well. And Lemonade was very good. Was very good. Let me see. I do have the Jay-Z speech. Let's go and see what Jay-Z actually said himself. Let me find it. He said it. Let me go find it. I do have it somewhere. It's somewhere on the world. Let's see if I can find it. Ooh, excuse me.
7. Here's the audio. I texted. I'm just gonna print out.
Let me see if I can find the goddamn speech somewhere. Maybe I can. Let me see. Let me go here.
When Anya prints out the phone for you, go into your text message. Use the audio that your Chinese teacher sent you.
Hold on. Give me a second. Let me find it if I can. So I know I've seen it somewhere. Do I have it? I'm not sure. Okay. Let's go with this. I found it. Let's see what Jay-Z said himself. Renaissance should have won last year, but it wasn't even up for it. So we can't use that one. And I forgot the last one that when it lost against Beck. Definitely didn't listen to that album. Beck is like a rock and soft rock group. They pretty big though. So hey. So those are the 3 albums that she lost to. The only one that's possibly that could have a good argument. I mean, I go from the Adele 25 was a big impact on people though. Maybe bigger than what we think.
She was nominated 4 times.
What was the 4th one? For album of the year? Let me see. Let me share my screen. Give me a second. There we go. Let's see what Hope said. Let's see what Hope said himself. Maybe he can have some clarity to what's going on.
This young lady, but she has more Grammys than everyone and never won album of the year. So even by your own metrics, that doesn't work. Think about that. The most Grammys, never won album of the year. That doesn't work. I don't want to.
So that doesn't work. Do we believe that doesn't work? Just because you have the most Grammys, should you also get that award as well? Did your album impact the world the way how these other albums did?
Probably 4.
You understand? Is that a possibility that yes, your songs, your videos, and whatever else she won these songs for, yes, they should win that category. But best album is different still. Just like Drake. Drake got some of the greatest songs ever, but his albums is not so great. His albums is not so good. But at the same time, that I Am Sasha Fierce album, shit, I don't know who could beat that. to be honest. I Am Sasha Fierce album, and I never even listened to a Beyonce album. I'm gonna be honest with you. But when I go down that track list that we just went down with I Am Sasha Fierce, it's hard for me to believe that Taylor Swift Fearless was better than I Am Sasha Fierce.
Who won album of the year yesterday?
I have no idea. So let's keep on.
Killer Mike, no?
No, he won Rap Album of the Year.
Embarrass this young lady, but she has more Grammys than everyone and never won Album of the Year. So even by your own metrics, that doesn't work. Think about that. The most Grammys, never won Album of the Year. That doesn't work. I don't want to embarrass this young lady, but
yeah,
I think 4.
that's wild. Yes, people still watch the Grammys. It's still an important part of music, even though people act like it's not. Like, you know, Killer Mike, he says that it's not, but he was ecstatic. He was shucking and jiving on the stage when he finally won his Grammy. People act like that shit ain't nothing until they win. It's all rigged until they win. It's all racism until they win. That's the only problem I have with it. It's all racism until they win. So it's a racist situation, but Killer Mike won. It's a racist situation, but Jay-Z won. He got an award just now at the Grammys. That's my only issue with it. That's a problem. However, her winning that many Grammys, the albums that was up for Grammys that didn't win against, I mean, that Sasha Fierce album not winning against the Fearless album is wild. I ain't gonna lie to you. I do not know what was on that Fearless album, but damn. I know, but you know, they might win by numbers. I have no idea how they do the matrix on that, but damn, that shit seems crazy. Sharon, maybe she needs to stop charging so much money for her concerts. Maybe. Maybe I'm gonna open it up. I forgot to open it up. Maybe y'all think that I'm wrong. You know, I love to have a conversation with y'all, to have y'all thoughts on it as well. My bad. I forgot to put it in there. I meant to. I did. Let me see. Let me put it in here. Let me pin it to the top. God damn it. Hold on. Let me pin it. If I could get there. Okay. Pin message. Okay. Message pin. They are playing in Beyonce's face by her being the most awarded. And Jalen not playing with me.
No, I'm not. Good morning, everybody. You know, this is my first day back. You know, I got to come up here. Good morning, everybody. You know, I got to come up here. Hi, Ayana. Listen, you know, I got to come up here acting a fool. Let me explain something to you. I'm old school. And I told you a couple of weeks ago, I still got Barry Manilow in my CD collection.
Okay.
And I'm not ashamed to say it, Neil Diamond. That's how I grew up. My favorite soundtrack is West Side Story. I live by it. I love West Side Story. But like the generations have grown and their music is garbage.
Damn.
And at the end of the day. And I'm going to go one step further. I don't even own a Jay-Z album. I don't own a Beyonce album. I hear them in passing, but they get no support from me, okay, whatsoever. Why? And they're not the only ones. They just an example, okay?
So now, but the thing is that, so yeah, I could understand that because I didn't listen to the Killer Mike album neither. I don't really listen to Beyonce's albums because, you know, it just doesn't relate to me personally. However, if she's going against other trash albums and she got the best out of the trash albums, she should win the best out of the trash.
Who says she's even like when you put up what was the poll you put Taylor Swift against her? Like,
yes.
That's what I'm saying. You're not going to be able to get me moving. You get what I'm saying? Like, people like what they like. You understand? Like, even they say, like, you know, the black rappers is a lot.
What's up, Roddy Ross?
Right?
So here's the thing, Jalen. So, right, I agree. People gonna like what they like. So now, if if the majority of the people, from what we can observably see, are following Beyonce rather than this other artist, I think we got to figure out if it's politics or is it really the music and impact? Which one is it? Because if it's just the music and that's all we are concerned about, we're not really concerned about the numbers. And we talking about this album versus this album. How do we get those albums up there? And why more unrecognized albums like Killer Mike is not up there? So we can actually go by albums and not by popularity.
Right. So this is, I hope they learned their lesson and realized that this man, Killer Mike, didn't spend, millions and millions of dollars roaming around the world and charging. He won being just a regular person, right? And they running around, country to country, continent to continent, making all this money, spending all this money, and you still don't got a Grammy. Maybe you bring it down the peg and really, do your shows for the real people that support you instead of running to Dubai. That's one of the places you went, because a lot of her followers were very upset because their LGBT couldn't fly there because they were not allowed there. You get what I'm saying? So you have, if you're in it, I'm gonna give you one last thought and I'm out of here.
Okay.
I've followed Mark Anthony for years. I got posters. I've been to every concert. His last concert I went was garbage.
Damn.
He will not get another dime out of me ever again.
Damn.
It was a poor performance. Okay, he didn't even have merchandise for us to buy. Okay, and I spent a lot of money on the ticket. It was basically empty. Well, I got finally to see the new Madison Square Garden because it's under construction.
Yes, it is.
Right, but to say that he did the same garbage that I've been seeing for how many 18 years. He will never get another dime out of me.
Yikes. That sucks.
So do you understand what I'm saying? So to say people are gonna like what they like, they're gonna hear what they hear, and sometimes you gotta knock yourself down a peg and don't forget about us little people.
I feel you. Shout out. Yeah, I feel you. Shout out to Beyonce though, because she's definitely probably the most creative on her shows. As that's why she's able to charge so much, because people that went to see her time and time again, they always like, man, this show was better than last year. It was better than last year. They always saying that. I never seen it, but people are always willing to go to see her shows because she does another great album. That album is beautiful, and then the way how she puts the visuals of her songs on stage, it's also beautiful to the people that rocks with her. And so I get why they up in arms. Like, how can she be the most winningest Grammy artist ever in the history of the Grammys? We talking about Michael Jackson, we talking about the Beatles, Paul McCartney, we talking about,
you put her up there with Michael Jackson and who?
Right. So the reason why is because she won more Grammys than Michael Jackson. She won more Grammys than Paul McCartney, Billy Joel. She won more Grammys than him. And we we could just run down a list of all the great artists that's ever been in the history of music, right? She won more Grammys than all of those people. And for her to not ever win Album of the Year, it do seem a little suspect.
You know my opinion.
Yeah, but when we go by like the accolades that she has, it does look like y'all kind of have a kind of bias towards her. Y'all feel like, hey, you won enough, so we're not gonna give you Album of the Year. You get snubbed. She got, but I think for the I Am Sasha Fierce, Jalen, I think she might have got snubbed. The other ones we could probably have an argument about it, but I Am Sasha Fierce versus Fearless. Unless you're talking about like numbers, like how much, like how much her videos did, like how much millions her videos did, and how much album sales, then maybe Taylor could win. And Taylor Swift won Album of the Year this year as well. God damn.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I'm gonna get at. She is not a color thing.
Is that a what?
It's not, because it's not a color thing. It's not. Yeah, it isn't. It's just not. It's just is the support. Again, listen to what I said to you. Is the support. If you knock yourself down a peg where you will make more money, like people She's so mediocre.
Damn. Hey, I never listened to a Taylor album or a Beyonce album, so I'm not sure if she is mediocre or not. But I do know that woman writes. I do know she plays some instruments.
Listen, Sharon, the only reason why I know one of the songs was because The Rock did it. Remember on Lip Sync? That was just the and that's the only reason why I know that song and that the girl sung it. Outside of that, I don't know these people. I
feel you, and I'm pretty sure Robin M be singing "Anti-Hero." Yep, Robin M be in her car driving singing "Anti-Hero." How that song go? Hello, it's me. What she say? How it go, Robin M? I know Robin M knows it. I'm the problem. It's me. I don't know, something like that nature. I don't.
You're the best, Sharon. Let me finish doing my work. Bye, guys.
Thank you. See you later. Yeah, Robin M. Yup, Robin M. Yup. You be singing "It's me. I'm the problem. It's me." How that goddamn song go? But also Jay-Z said, some of y'all are nominated and y'all don't deserve to be nominated. He said some of y'all gonna feel like y'all gonna get robbed today. And I thought that was interesting. He said that last night. He said some of y'all gonna get robbed tonight. And I think that was a double entendre. He meant y'all's gonna get robbed as the Grammys, and y'all might get robbed walking outside the Grammys. Yeah. That's what I think Jay-Z was talking to when he said that, because a lot of people get robbed at the Grammys. Where they want to go to these goddamn parties, they think that everything is lit. You go to the party, you get too drunk, chains is coming off.
Like they don't deserve to be in an upper class, and they go back to some trash ass party.
So when Jay-Z said y'all gonna get robbed tonight, I don't think he just meant getting snubbed at the Grammys. No, I don't think so. That was his hoodness coming out. And I also want to say, goddamn, Blue is looking awesome. She's looking more and more like her mother yesterday, with her platform heels that she had on that she couldn't walk in, but it's okay. But she's looking absolutely gorgeous. Young lady, looking more and more like her mother every day. So I appreciated that as well, for them hanging out with each other and bring her around. Also, Blue got a goddamn Grammy. Yes, Blue got a goddamn Grammy. Shit. That's fucking crazy in itself as well. And so, I think it was the Lion King. So also, I think it was interesting. So what else is like the history of the Grammys, right? Is that when Will Smith and them, when they won a Grammy in 1989, is when they was the first rap group to ever win a Grammy. DJ Jazzy Jeff and Will Smith was the first hip hop group to ever win a Grammy. Ever. And what they did was they boycotted the Grammys, because they saying that they wasn't getting recognized, they wasn't getting the opportunity to win Grammys enough. So they boycotted the Grammys, and then what they did not show up to the Grammys, but they went to the hotel to watch the Grammys. That's the weirdest boycott I've ever seen. We ain't gonna go there, but we're gonna watch it on television. Come on, y'all. We all gonna watch it on one television. That was wild. But the funny thing about it is that Jay-Z wound up doing it 10 years later. He wound up doing the same exact thing. DMX was up for him, DMX, and somebody else. There's up for a best rap album of the year, right? He wound up losing to, I forgot who he lost to, but DMX that year had 2 albums, and they both went multi-platinum, and he did not win album of the year. So Jay-Z decided to boycott the Grammys. And you know what he do to boycott the Grammys? He went to a hotel and watched it. What are we doing? He also went to a hotel and watched the Grammys. I don't understand. So, but the thing is, so that means that you do care about the Grammys. So, stop acting like until you win that the Grammys don't mean anything. That's what it is. The Grammys is rigged until you win.
Because, if we boycott Grammys, I understand for us to not watch it. Because we weren't invited anyway, We
wasn't invited to the party?
But if he was invited and he didn't show up, that's his way of boycotting. he's one of you at a hotel room will not.
I'm just saying, don't boycott it and then watch it. Don't convince us to boycott it with you, and that's the way how you gonna win your Grammy. No. Because I think Jay-Z wound up winning all the Grammys that he think he deserved now. And therefore it wasn't rigged then. So why is it rigged now? Can I get some agave in that thing too? Thank you. Appreciate you. Need me some coffee. Build myself. You know what I'm saying? I need some coffee. And then so I think that's just very interesting that it came full circle. And then now Trigger Mike, he was also, let me get a little bit more. He is also somebody that was boycotting the Grammys until he won. Now he's out there on the stage shucking and jiving as well. And then all of a sudden, if Beyonce has put out another album in the next year or two, and then now she wins album of the year, which she might be deserved. I don't know. Or maybe they just give it to her because they miss every other year. Because they miss Sasha Fierce, so they go and give her a backup one. Not saying she don't deserve it, but maybe she doesn't really deserve it that year. I don't know. And he was showing how he had to fight, scratch, and claw to his way into the goddamn Grammys. So, is it really a racist thing? I have no idea. What do y'all think? Is it really Beyonce versus racism? That's why she haven't won album of the year? Is that really the case? When Jay-Z himself has won multiple albums? After beating people up, robbing people, shooting people, stabbing people, he shot his own brother. He still won album. He still won Grammys. Maybe your music just ain't that good. Nah, I can't say that. I can't say that about the Beehive. God damn it. I don't want them to come start putting some bees in my goddamn chat. Get my ass whipped by the damn Beehive. Absolutely not. I do not want to do that. No way. No how. Also, I want to say, hey, Jonathan, I think his name is John Batiste. He did a really good job of singing on the joint. I think he did really well. I think Fantasia looked absolutely atrocious yesterday doing Tina Turner. That looked crazy. That looked crazy to me. I think she did a horrible job of that. What was that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Good day. I want to welcome to the Saints. Brownsville, New York. How you doing, cuz?
Yo, peace and love, cuzzo. Am I coming through clear? Can you hear me?
I hear you beautifully.
Yeah, man. So on that question you asked, you know what I'm saying? Is there like racism and things like that going on when it comes to the Grammys? And I believe it is, cuzzo. And here's why. When it comes to the Grammys or when it comes to the Academy Awards or anything prestigious like that, I think we have to understand that those judges, right, they have implied bias. You know what I'm saying? Representation matters. Like, if you go to court, right, and you're getting, judged by 12 white people, or 12 people that doesn't understand your culture or doesn't understand your plight, what do you think the outcome is likely to be? More likely to be. You know what I'm saying? It's more likely that you're going to be found guilty. You know what I'm saying? Because the people that's judging you, the people that's responsible for seeing if you're guilty or not, doesn't understand, doesn't relate. You know what I'm saying? They don't see you the way they see themselves. So when you have that implied bias, yes, absolutely. It's not gonna be fair across the board. So, that's how I see it, cuzzo. You know what I'm saying? I could be wrong, but that's just my opinion.
So my only problem is that if we're gonna boycott it, you want to get why we only boycott it until you win. I think that's my problem I have with it. And we are going to boycott it, then let's boycott it for real and say, nah, we don't care. Even if you give us the award, we are not coming to accept it. We don't care. It's too late. this ship has sailed. We're going to honor our BET Awards. We're going to honor our Essence Awards. We're going to honor all the awards that we created for ourselves, because this is the whole reason why we created it in the first place, so we can get away from your system. Not that now that you give in one of us a cookie, now we're going to bring everybody back and say, hey, this is a prestigious award now, even though we know the same system is going to be there just because they gave one away.
Yeah, you right about that, Cuzzo. You right about that. But at the end of the day, they're still trying to gain acceptance from those same people who they accuse of not accepting them. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
So it's a part of the mindset. You know, it goes back, you know, even goes back to the slavery days, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? It goes back to that Willie Lynch syndrome of like, you're trying to appease your master. You're trying to, you know, get into the good graces of those who don't see you or don't value you the way that you want to be seen and you want to be valued. So that's why those guys are always going to come running back to the Grammys and to the Academy Awards, even after boycotting and saying all these things. It's because deep down inside, something about the mentality, they want to be accepted. And I think that's inherent in all of us, right? We want to be accepted. You know what I'm saying? And if we're rejected, it doesn't feel good. So we're going to fight for that acceptance, even though we're going to come across as, you know, looking like sour grapes. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing, Cuzzo.
It's almost like it sounds like they just want the abuser to keep on abusing them. And then as long as they give some kind of recognition, oh, it's okay, not. If I'm going to say that I'm going to boycott it, I'm boycotting for real. I'm not going to boycott it until you give me something. And then now all of a sudden, all my bias towards you has changed. Absolutely not. That's hypocrisy. You didn't do it for the people. You did it for yourself. If you're going to do it and say this is a racist thing and they doing this towards our people, you cannot accept an individual award after that. You got to keep it consistent. If we're gonna ride with you, then let's ride. And we all gonna why are we even watching it anymore? Like for me, for example, when DJ Vlad, he did that shit with Louis Farrakhan, guess what? I stopped watching his content. I don't care who's on that shit. If you're a black man, you feel like you still need to go in there to make your money, go ahead and make your money. But me, I'm not gonna support it after he did that to one of our leaders. Even though he's not my leader, I still recognize him as a leader. And you're not going to just trash one of our leaders, whether I'm rocking with him or not. But the fact that you try to destroy him because of who he is, no, I cannot rock with you like that anymore.
And you right. And I feel the same way, Cuzzo. But one thing we got to understand about our culture and as black people in general is that's a big issue that still plagues us to this day, is that we have an issue or a problem with standing together on something for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it goes back to, you know, you asked the question, well, why didn't everybody just agree to be a field slave? Why did you have some that wanted to get in the house? You know what I'm saying? You know, at the expense of those in the field, you know? So it goes back to that same issue, the Willie Lynch mentality, man, and you know that's what it is.
That's wild to me. It's crazy. I think we definitely need to start getting on a accord or something. However, the people that are bringing up these issues, they got to get on that one accord as well. They be making shit up until they win, and then all of a sudden it's prestigious. So if she lost all three of those times that she was winning the award, now if she was to win after Jay-Z gets up and say the speech, and now she's up for Album of the Year next year, and she wins, can we still say that is rigged? It's because Jay-Z brought it out to the forefront. Is it because the Grammys are embarrassed that she never won one, even though she's the most awarded artist ever in the histories of the Grammy? So now when she wins one, is it not rigged? Is she not deserving of that award? Because it's rigged now, for sure. If she wins the next album she wins is rigged.
And that's the issue, because since we don't really stand on business when it comes to mistreatment of our people, we're willing to take those handouts. You know what I'm saying? That's why, you know, when it came to Malcolm X and our leaders like that, you always had some brothers and sisters, you know, on the other side that was, you know, feeding information to the ops. You know what I'm saying? Instead of supporting the cause. That is our number one issue that plagues us to this day, is we don't stand on business to say, well, you know what? Let's stick together and let's help each other build. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, stand on one accord, you know, create our own. But when you got the ops who can always come in and say, well, I'm going to give you this check. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to make you the richest or the most powerful of your people if you stand with us. We're weak in that. We're weak when it comes to that, man. We're gonna fall for that okie doke every single time, and that's what you're alluding to right now with this Grammys. Well, why would they come back and accept these awards after boycotting previously? It's for that same reason. They're getting something that can benefit them. You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, it's also something that's gonna continue to hold the culture back, and they not worried about that, because the only thing they're worried about in that moment is themselves. And that is the issue with our culture. We don't worry about the entire culture. We worry about self-preservation overall. And if we got that mindset of self-preservation overall, that's going to continue to allow us to stay behind, because we're not worrying about each other. We're just worried about ourselves.
And I also want to welcome to the stage Supreme Goddess PH Diva. Good day to you.
Good morning, y'all. How you doing, Brownsville?
I'm doing good, Queen. How you doing?
Wonderful, thank you. I agree with everything Brownsville just said. And actually, Sharon, when you said that Beyonce is the most Grammy Award winningest artist, then what jumped into my mind was, okay, then that shows you what they were doing to Michael Jackson. That shows you what they were doing to Prince, right? If Beyonce has won the most, then that shows you what they were doing to those artists. And so there's a documentary on Netflix, and it's the behind the scenes making of We Are the World. And when you watch that documentary, the thing that jumps out is, because they had the who's who of artists, right? White, black, it didn't matter. But when you watch that documentary, what you see is that the black artists are heads and shoulders above all of the white artists, right? They had to go over with like Cyndi Lauper just for her to come in on beat, right? So they lack some fundamentals typically, you know, in terms of musicianship. I mean, it was just across the board. Bob Dylan, Stevie Wonder literally had to tell him how to be Bob Dylan on the album, and he's Bob Dylan, right? And so it was just a perfect illustration and demonstration of how they're going to prop their own people up regardless. But, you know, whether or not they deserve it. And so, again, like Brownsville said, take your ball and go home, right? Because by participating, Black people have legitimized these award shows. And the purpose of the award show is just to have some measure of control, right? And to be able to, you know, pick and choose who they want to elevate or whatnot. And so by Black people continuing to participate and participating in the first place, we legitimize that. If Black art, everybody knows the musicians of the world are Black people, right? And so if Black people had just not even participated for go, and like you said, just invested everything into their own award shows, they wouldn't even be able to compete. And so I need Black people to understand, first off, where our power lies, and then not be afraid to, you know, wield that power and, you know, push your weight around a little bit when you need to, and stop begging these young people, right?
Stop it. So, yes, I agree. But, I agree 100%. Like, are we gonna really complain and have, like, even Killer Mike? He was another example of it. He would say the Grammys is this, following your masses versus slaves. He got whole albums talking about all the racism and this, that, and the third, and we should vote like this because of this, that, and the third. And then, as soon as you win your award, all of a sudden it's the greatest thing that ever happened to you.
Right.
What the
And so
fuck?
what
Where
happened
is
with
the
him
consistency?
What happened with him getting arrested though? I still didn't know. I saw something
So he got, so after he won his 3 awards at the Grammy, he sent his, he himself said, anything is possible. You just gotta stay consistent. Doesn't matter how old you are, you can still win the greatest award you could win, which is crazy. And I guess backstage after he won his last award, he got a little rough with somebody, and he got a misdemeanor battery assault charge.
Oh wow. Okay.
Hey, Cuzzo, I read that he actually had an incident prior to the Grammys. He had an assault that something happened prior to the Grammys, and they decided to arrest him at the show because of that. It wasn't something that happened backstage. I read that.
So now
it
says pre-award show. So like the awards that he won, he got them before the show actually aired on air. So they pre-recorded his victory laps. And so it happened. That's why it says pre-Grammys. But it happened at the Grammys, though. So I think that's just so crazy to me. Like, either we're going to stand on it and say, these people are racist. They don't want to give us our accolades, even though we are proven sales-wise, musically-wise, production-wise, and we got all these musical skills better than the artists that we was going up against in that category. It's either we're going to stand on that or we're going to allow people like Jay-Z to have politics for his wife to win a goddamn Grammy. Because now, to me personally, any album of the year she went after this is null and void. It's a wrap. That means it's all politics and none of this shit fucking matters. Because even though I agree that the Sasha Fierce album probably should have won over the Fearless album, but at the same time, I never listened to a Taylor Swift album or the I Am Sasha Fierce album for that matter. However, when I go down the track list, I could understand why Sasha Fierce was even nominated and why it should have won. But I'm pretty sure if I look at the numbers, and I'm sure everybody that is voting on the Grammys, they look at the numbers as well as the musicality. If all the Taylor Swift videos did more than Beyonce's, and all her sales did better than Beyonce's, and her ticket sales that tour did better than Beyonce that year, even though musically it sounded better, they're going to give it to Taylor because there's a lot of other factors that they're going to put into it other than just the music. Because if it was just about the music, that means I could put an album out with whoever, and I did the greatest album ever, but nobody bought it. I should still be able to put that in the goddamn track list and let them judge it. But that does not happen. It is somewhat of a popularity contest as well. And as we know, we had the conversation here before. If Taylor Swift put on the Kansas City jersey, it sells $330 million. If Beyonce go ahead and put on the Houston's Texans jersey, it's not going to sell $330 million. Her own clothing line didn't sell $330 million. Taylor Swift put on the whitest sneaker that you could put on, those 5150 New Balances, and what happened right after that? They sold ridiculously. They sold out. So she put on the whitest mayonnaise New Balance sneaker that you could think of. I also want to welcome to the stage Darryl Long. Good day, sir. How you feeling? Need a little more time?
My mic on now? I think that bitch should be working now.
Yeah, you good now. I can hear you.
Lord, man, I had just saw what happened with Hove on Instagram. Shout out to Hove, man.
Yeah, he's talking about how all the artists are going to get robbed, Grammy-wise and physically-wise.
Is that what happened? I saw him win an award and shit.
He won like a, not really an award, but like an award, yeah.
More it was like a lifetime award type shit?
Yeah, type shit, yeah. A global award. I
think that was dope, man, because Hove, he don't get enough praise for being like a humanitarian too. Like, I understand when he was what's the young man name? I think his name was Mike Brown. A few years ago when he had got gunned down, they was saying that I mean, I can't prove it, but it was alleged that Jay-Z was one of the people, him and Beyonce, that was
bailing everybody out,
lawyer fees and bailing people out and shit. So
yeah,
they was doing that shit without even putting it in the papers and, you know what I'm saying, asking for any clout off of that shit. So I got respect for them.
Yeah. At the same time, so now how do you feel about him saying that Beyonce should have won a Grammy? do we still honor her if she wins a Grammy next? Say she put out an album next year, even though she most likely won't. Probably be another 2 years before she put out an album, right? Her next album, and now is up for album of the year. Can we honor it and say, yeah, she finally won an album of the year? Or was it politics and they was embarrassing, so they had to make up for the I Am Sasha Fierce album, and that's why she won for this album?
Oh, Beyonce lost?
She wasn't up for album of the year this year, but she lost 3 times.
Oh, damn. No, yeah.
But also, she is also the most winningest Grammy artist ever in the history of the Grammys. So this is the album that she lost. Her Lemonade album lost to Adele 25. The I Am Sasha Fierce album lost to Taylor Swift, Fearless. And I forgot the third one that I think is called Beyonce. I think the Beyonce album lost to Beck. It's the 3 albums that lost.
Beck?
Right, I just said Beck. I actually like Beck, but really?
I like Beck too, but goddamn, them niggas actually they.
Yeah, she lost to Beck. I think it was the Beyonce album that she lost to Beck.
Oh man, that's not right. That's not right. And I like Beck, but goddamn, dog.
I don't know what album it was. When I seen it was Beck, I was like, I respect Beck, but I'm gonna just leave that one alone. I understand probably, but Beck probably won that year because of politics. They missed a couple of years before that. They probably should have won, and that's why they got it that year. It's a possibility. And now, if Beyonce put out an album out, and she probably going to beat somebody that's not well deserving of that Grammy, it's a possibility now because the narrative is out there.
It kind of remind me when Macklemore won over Kendrick Lamar and shit, and a lot of people was mad about that shit. You remember that? A lot of niggas was mad about that, bro. They was pissed. You know what I'm saying? That first Kendrick album, that shit was a classic. I don't know if y'all Brownsville or PhD, but I don't know if y'all listen to Kendrick Lamar. But
yeah, I remember his first album.
So I'm talking about how Macklemore was popping though. Like I was at a white school.
He had that one song, and it was a song that you kind of giggle at. You know what I mean? It wasn't even a song that you really took seriously.
It was a turn up song and shit. We used to get drunk and shit too with Macklemore, and he had that one song about the gay girls and stuff with Mary Lambert. You say you do?
I remember that one.
Yeah, that's the only songs I remember about cuz is the turn up song and the song about the LGBTQIA and stuff.
Yeah, so that's the thing I'm saying, down long. So that year that Macklemore won, Killer Mike was one of the biggest people that saying we need to boycott the Grammys and the Grammys don't even matter no more. He was one of the main ones out in the forefront saying that Grammys is a piece of shit and all that. And then when he won, all of a sudden it ain't rigged no more. That's crazy to me. Same thing with Will Smith when he boycotted it. And then when he won the Grammys, all of a sudden it's the greatest thing ever. Jay-Z did it. He boycotted the fucking awards when it was him and DMX and they lost. And guess what? He came back the next year when he won and said this is the greatest achievement. This is crazy to me. Which side is it? Is it only a problem when you don't win? Because you feel
that is the case.
PhD, what you think?
I think that is what people, they get outraged. They may see it with other people, but it's not until it actually personally that they actually respond to it. But they need to understand that they should be moving in a group, right? Because we saw Jada Pinkett and Will Smith do the same thing with the Oscars several years ago, right? Remember Oscars So White? But now Will Smith is so invested in the Oscars that they could ban him for 10 years. And, he still wants to be a part of it. Because when they would have told me I'm banned for 10 years, I would have been like, fuck y'all in your little play, award anyway. But he still is waiting his 10 years so he can come back and trying to be on good behavior. So maybe they'll let him come back earlier.
And not only that, I think it was some pressure on them for Beyonce to win the Renaissance album this year too. That's why he did it before they announced it as well. He tried to put some last minute pressure on the Academy, and because Beyonce was up for award for Album of the Year this year for the album Renaissance. Do you think that should have won Grammy?
But hey, Cuzzo, like I
Absolutely.
said, we also gotta understand, man, that there's implied biases there. Like, what is the cultural makeup of the Academy? You know what I'm saying? And I guarantee you, if that was ever revealed, we'll find out that they're 99.9% Caucasian Americans. You know what I'm saying? Or Caucasians, period. They don't even have to be Americans. They could be from Europe, they could be from Australia, or what have you. But we know 99% of them are going to be Caucasians. The same with whatever committees that's voting for these Grammys. You know what I'm saying? And when you have a setup like that, there's going to be bias, period. You can't remove it. And like I said, the correlation I made was like if you're going to court, right? And you know the prosecutor is white, obviously whoever's representing the state's gonna be white, and you're black. And if all the jurors that's responsible for determining your innocence and guilt, if they're all white, you know what I'm saying? You're in a bad spot. Why? Because they can't relate to you. They don't see you the same way they see themselves. So there's gonna be some implied biases there, and you got a bad shot of getting found guilty versus getting a fair trial. So that's all it is. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, that's why they feel that way. But the problem that we have is we also want to be accepted and validated by those same people who mistreat us. And that's the problem with Jay-Z and Will Smith and all them. But I think that's inherited in all of us. Like, so if we went through the trial and let's say those 12 people found us not guilty, we're going to feel validated. We're not going to feel the same way that we felt going into the trial if the trial goes our way. So I don't think it's fair for us to kind of judge them as, well, why are you now validating them after you already recognize that they're biased against you? Well, it's because we want to be accepted. We want to be validated. And ultimately, once we get that validation and acceptance, we're going to naturally feel a little bit differently than we felt coming into the situation. And that's the advantage that they always will have over us, because we have an issue when it comes to togetherness. And until we figure that out, we're going to always be 2 steps behind, man.
So I disagree that the togetherness part, because white people are not together. They absolutely not together. They don't give a shit about the other white person at all. Not even a little bit.
What you mean? Break that down, because
we could see it in trailer trash versus the uppities. They don't give a fuck about those trailer trash people. We can see it with Ukraine versus Russia. They don't care about other white people. Those are Russians regardless. They just, the only thing that separates them is a border of a country. And we know that doesn't really mean anything for real. But so like white people don't really care about other white people like that.
Right.
They have proof of it.
Right, but they will. I agree that they're not together and they don't really care about each other to the extent that many of us believe that they do. I think that's for all groups. When you really look into them, especially like Asians, the different Asian groups, they don't get along. Nevertheless,
they do not. They do not.
But they will, join forces and close ranks to come against us, though. Right. And so they will.
I got that part.
Right. And they don't have to be with each other to understand the marching orders. And, we may be fighting, but when we see one of them, okay, for these 5 minutes until we get, deal with them, we're going to be on the same team to deal with them. And then we'll go back to fighting.
That is a strong possibility that you and Brownsville, New York is bringing up. And it's hard to argue because that shows the whole like the Illuminati thing. And I guess it's powers that be that's behind the curtain, because we don't even know who are the people necessary that is voting for the Grammys. We might know a few that will come up and say, like, I know will.i.am is somebody that has a vote in the Grammys. That's only because he publicly said it. Most people that have a vote in the Grammys, they keep their mouth shut. They don't say nothing. And it's also, they're usually like really high musicians or really high executive that people don't really know or care about. It ain't going to be no famous person. It's going to be some famous person in the industry, but to us normal people, he could walk around and we don't know who he is. And he's probably a world-renowned pianist that won 10 Grammys, but we never heard of him. We never seen him. So it gets difficult. And I don't understand how we're going to put a measurement on it. It's either, my only problem is it's like what Browns said. I get it that they take the validation, and when they finally win, I guess I finally won. So, it changes their whole mentality of it at that moment. But they still believe what they believe. But if we really want to have some awards that really matters, we got to create our own and only deal with our own if it really matters that much. Because it doesn't seem like it matters that much. It seems like it's more politics than anything. You want accolades than anything.
And really, man, it's a lot of, manipulation that takes place, man. It's a lot of things. Like, for instance, right? They say that we have really integrated into society as Black people, but that's really not particularly true. The only thing that they did was they desegregated us, but we haven't really integrated, right? So what desegregation did was it gave us the opportunity to attend those prestigious universities, to go to the schools, to go to the restaurants. We had the opportunity, right? But it was never integration because the opportunity isn't equal unilaterally. You know what I'm saying? So, for instance, take New York City, right? Like, New York City, for the large part, is still pretty much segregated. You know what I'm saying? You go into Brownsville, you're not going to find too many white people in Brownsville. You know what I'm saying? Like, growing up in Brownsville, how many of the schools that we went to where there was white people? When I went to PS 327, there was no white people in there. When I went to Marcus, there was no white people in there. When I went to Eli Whitney, Harry Van Arsdale, no white people. So, and these was in different parts of the city, right? And, really, my pretty much dealing with white people came when I went into the military. And by that time, I was 17 years old. So that's my issue with it. Is that so? Like, when all those things was happening, especially around that time, that's when the Source Awards started to happen. Source magazine, because we couldn't get into so-called the Rolling Stones magazine, so we had to create our own magazine. So we created the Source magazine, so to speak. We couldn't get our people to have clothing lines and clothing brands and be sponsored by clothes. So we started FUBU, Carl Kana, Cross Colors, and all these things. And then once we started to get recognition for our own things like FUBU, when we started getting our recognition for things like the Source Awards and XXL, and they started having those shows. Guess what? They did those shows until they got big enough to where the other people start, hey, we need to put them on our magazines too. And then so as soon as Rolling Stones called Jay-Z, he ran over there quick, fast, in a hurry. And they said, fuck the Source Awards. As soon as we start getting Source Awards and everybody else in the culture was saying, that's just a hip-hop award, they said, like, well, we can't win a Grammy. Then they boycotted the Grammys. And when they win the Grammy, next thing you know, they showing up. Y'all got to stand on something. And if you're not going to stand on it, do not hop on the stage talking about my wife won all these goddamn awards, but she didn't win the album of the year. That's not right. What do you mean? What are you talking about? You cannot be on both sides of the fence. You're going to have to pick a side, bro. You cannot be on one side saying this shit is racist and it's not getting our just due, but then soon as you get it, you flip-flop and say thank you and you cry on stage. And Kanye West is a prime example of that, right? Like, they gave him billionaire status, and as soon
they didn't give it to him.
As well, I'm explaining how they gave it to him, because listen, because if you have a billionaire status, they shouldn't be able to take it away from you that easy.
They didn't take it away from him neither. That was a false narrative.
They did. I'm gonna tell you why. Because the billionaire status he had tied to the relationships that he had with those brands. So once Adidas pulled back and said, well, we ain't gonna deal with you, and then Gap pulled back and said, we ain't gonna deal with you, and all those other sponsors of his businesses that he had said, no, you're too toxic, we can't work with you. He even said it himself. And then he says, hey, I came out and I spoke on y'all behalf, and y'all allowed them to take all this away from me. You know what I'm saying? Kanye West said that himself, cuz, you know,
Welcome
and
to
I
the
thought
stage.
that was wild. I thought that was wild. But
I'm gonna explain to you what really happened. Welcome to the stage, Posada. Good day, good to see you. So what really happens that when you become a billionaire or billionaire status, it's not the actual money that you have. It's the perceived money that you can make off of the things that you are owning and the things that you are selling. So a lot of times when we see these numbers that inflate, hey, he's worth 10 million, or this guy's worth 100 million. Taylor Swift, she is estimated to be 800 million. That doesn't mean they actually have that money. But it means that the things that they have that we can see, we could project that he's a billionaire by what he has in place to sell. So once they take those things away and he takes his contracts away, then yes, he's not a billionaire anymore because he don't have the ability to sell these products anymore. That's why they took the billionaire status away from him. They didn't actually take that away. It's just that he does not have that business anymore to create that type of money anymore. So it's kind of two different things. I want to also welcome Posada to the stage. Good day.
What it do, man? What it do, man?
I'm all right. What's your thoughts?
I'm gonna jump in and say I don't really see an issue with them moving to Rolling Stones over the Source, because you see this even on YouTube, right? If you get a chance to go on a larger content creators platform and get some clout for yourself over what you can get on your platform, then what's wrong with that? What's wrong with going to Rolling Stone, knowing that Rolling Stone has a bigger outreach than the Source?
Right. So my problem with it is this. So if I disagree with the way how that person's living, say like if the person that I'm complaining about, he's a Harvey Weinstein, he's like some kind of a deviant, a sexual deviant, and he does all these evil things. He's somebody that does things to kids or say bad things about kids, right? He has the higher platform than mine. Even though he's an evil human being, I'm still not going to go there if I put my stance in saying that I want to protect kids. So I cannot go on I cannot switch and say, oh, well, I did it for the money and I did it for the clout now. And that's what it seems like they're doing to me. You complain about it, you say they're evil, they're disrespectful, they do not believe in our talents. But then as soon as they give you the opportunity to, all of a sudden, oh, they do believe in talent.
So you get to rewrite the narrative. Let's say that you go on a evil person channel, right?
Yes.
You go up there and you have a good conversation, and you have a like prime example yesterday. This nigga DL went on Auntie's channel, right?
Okay.
This evil nigga Daryl is over here, right?
Okay.
But didn't they have a good conversation?
Mm-hmm.
So you can rewrite the narrative. It ain't always got to be. One size don't always fit all.
So now all of a sudden, like how you paint is that, like, so Auntie is saying that Daryl's evil until they had a conversation. Now all of a sudden he's not so evil because they was able to have a conversation.
Exactly. People aren't that bad.
Yes. And so that is my issue. Like once you stick to something, you got to stick to it. If Daryl's evil, then he's evil. And you could say, yes, I had a good conversation with an evil motherfucker. But now when you say, hey, he ain't that bad, I really never had a problem with him. Now I have a problem with you. Because now you are just flip-flopping for the fucking clout. It doesn't have anything to do about your moral stance at all. That is the problem.
No, that's a fact. Because I don't switch up on Auntie. He posted raw beef vagina, and I will never switch up. He a fuck nigga. Whether we can have a conversation about it is one thing, but I know these men, they like bringing me up. They won't talk about how he posted a woman vagina on his live stream. But I'll give Auntie credit because he don't walk away from that shit. He admitted. Bon Cherry saw it, everybody else saw it, but you know, I'm just saying. So
okay.
But we can talk about Jay-Z again. We can go back to Jay-Z.
Right?
Yeah, let's keep it.
Passive. You want to talk to me about this shit? Come to my show later.
I will
show about music.
But no, I'm trying to keep it on the same mental wavelength, right?
Yeah.
Like we claim that the Grammys is so evil and so bad, but yet when we get the opportunity, yes, we are going to go up there because that's going to do the benefits outweigh the risk. That's what I'm getting at.
And I think in the long run it will. So I think if if Jay-Z and DMX and on, they would have stuck to just going to the Source Awards, just going to BET, just going to all of our own situations, even though we have our own internal arguments and fights within that individual thing as well, saying that we get slighted in there as well. But we were just stuck in there and dealt with our beefs that we have with each other eternally. Source Awards, Source magazines, they would be the dominant thing for our own culture. Instead of still now, the Rolling Stones had to acquiesce to us and say, oh, we see what y'all doing over there. So before y'all become a juggernaut and take over, now y'all my real competition, because they was never real competition in the first place. Because as soon as they was able to steal the best asset, like somebody like Jay-Z, and put him on a Rolling Stones cover, and then now Jay-Z is propping the Rolling Stones as a bigger platform than the Source. So you killed your own horse. We started to get a horse in the race. We started to run with y'all. You start to visualize us as competition. And then as soon as you visualize them as competition, you run to his side. That's wild. No, we got to stick to something.
I don't think that's flip-flopping sides. I mean, because like we act like all black artists are on the same side. They're not. They're not at all. At all. Like, they're not. So who's to say that the Source would have ever grew to be that large?
So we as a people would have helped them grow to be that large, whether we would agree with whatever politics they was going with behind the scenes, because we don't, clearly Jay-Z and them do not agree with the politics of the Grammys. So you could have just kept it over there with the Source and do not agree with the Source politics. But us as a collective, we would have been talking about the Source Awards and how Jay-Z would have said, hey, it's crazy how Beyonce got the most Source Awards ever in Source Awards of history, but never won Album of the Year. That's what it could have been said. But no, but what we're saying is now we're going to say that with the Grammys instead of the Source. Like, he could have been complaining about the same thing, but with our own shit, and keep building up that narrative for the Source Awards. But the Source Awards is dead. Ain't no such thing as that shit now. I don't even know if their magazine still exists.
So if it
but
was,
guess what he did mention last night? He mentioned Rolling Stones.
And if the Source was that good or that big of a product, you wouldn't have just been able to diminish it like that. I think Jay-Z saw the Source dying and said, I'm jumping, and not even jumping ship. I'm moving on to greener pastures.
And that's my issue, because Rolling Stones magazine was dying until they acquiesced to what the Source Awards and Double XL was doing. And then all of a sudden, DMX is on Rolling Stone, Jay-Z is on Rolling Stone, Nas is on Rolling Stone. All these black artists, rappers that they said rap music was going to be a fucking fad is what Rolling Stone said. And now y'all all jumped on it, and now you built up this whole Rolling Stones, because now they seem like they music neutral now.
Man, you see this all across the board. Like, more brothers could be going to Say Cheese, but they go to Vlad or Adam 22. Why is that?
Right, because our big dogs didn't do it first. Somebody got to be the sacrificial lamb to say, hey, this is what we did. This is what we created. When Rosa sat to the back and we all boycotted and we was fucking walking, it changed everything. Then they said, okay, we're going to have bus drivers. You can sit in the front. Everything changed. But until we stood together and said, fuck that, we'd rather walk 10 miles to go to work than to ride on your fucked up ass bus. Fuck you and your bus. And they stood on that shit. And that's why it changed.
And Cuzzo, man, I gotta just bring it back to what I said in the beginning, man, slavery. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing they figured out about us, right, is we can compartmentalize our circumstances very well. For instance, when they took the first field niggas and made them house niggas, they were able to compartmentalize and say, well, hey, you know what? I'm still the slave, but at least I'm not a field nigga. So they seen that as some sort of elevation, you know what I'm saying? Some sort of a promotion, instead of realizing, oh man, they just trying to divide us. They trying to give me a little more and create jealousy and animosity within the culture. They didn't look at it like that. They compartmentalized and said, you know what? It's about self-preservation, and at least I get a little bit more than them. And that mentality, right, still plagues us 500 years later to this day, we still think like that. We still compartmentalize stuff like that. And until we realize that, we're going to always have this issue.
And not only that, go ahead, Posada. I'm sorry.
I disagree. It's actually Pastor, but I disagree though.
Sorry.
Because I disagree with that wholeheartedly, man. What it is it gave more opportunities to brothers, man. Like, think about, look, this is what y'all just said. Jay-Z went on Rolling Stones, then Nas, then DMX. Like, look at it. I don't think it's individual. I think one brother did sacrifice himself, Jay-Z, to go the cross paths, and it helped way more brothers out than it would if he stayed with the Source Awards.
Right, financially, yes, without a doubt. It made his name bigger.
More than
financial. It made his name bigger and everything, right? We could all agree that it made his name bigger, it made him more money, it made him more infamous. He became one of the greatest rappers because of it, because he could brag about the Rolling Stones and da-da-da-da-da-da. Agreed. Individually, it did. But as a whole, what it did was kill a whole culture of the Source Awards magazine. He killed it.
Collectively, it did better. Look, get rid of the Source magazine and get all these black artists in the mainstream. That's what it did. It took us out of the chicken circuit.
And that was the problem. That's a problem. Look at what Shannon Sharpe and Cat Williams did. Why is that so beautiful? Because it was two black platforms, two black artists. They kept it to each other. Like, hey, G could have easily probably went to Joe Rogan, but it wouldn't have the same effect that we can do shit with ourselves and still have major impact on the culture. Is my problem with it.
No,
and let's deal with us having our culture being our culture. If that's how they want to keep it, if they want to say that we are the chitlin circuit, let us stay there and make our money here and let them come to us. But we cannot say, hey, oh, now you want to smell the shit of the chitlin circuit and you want to clean me up because now you see the money I'm making and you want to stop me before we build this chitlin circuit to the whole pig.
That's a fact.
Shannon Sharpe, I'm glad you brought up Shannon Sharpe. He didn't even come from the chitlin circuit. He came out of white mainstream media, and I would argue that interview that he did with Cat Williams was done under white mainstream media, not the chicken circuit. It wouldn't have done those numbers if he would have did it like the chitlin circuit, like the black YouTube circuit. He would have did Willie D numbers. That is what crossing over does for you, man, and that's the reason why brothers, to a certain extent, have to do it.
So I think working with white people as version of working with Joe Rogan, I think those are two different things. I think like if he has a group of white people behind him, like Fox or something, like say Fox is behind Shannon Sharpe. Yes, he do have the white folks behind him, so to speak. However, it's still we consider that as a black interviewing late night show, because of Shannon Sharpe. So now if Rolling Stones wanted to give the Source Awards or Source Magazine some money to keep on building it, that is a better version than you just going strictly over to Joe Rogan. I'd rather Cat Williams go to Shannon Sharpe and build up all the money that they created with just them two. Just those two individuals created over $1 million off of one interview. That's wild. It doesn't mean the same. So now that goes to show, if we stick together and we say, hey, we recognize another man that is extremely talented at what he do, I'm extremely talented at what do, we can bring our talent together. We could go further together than if I went to Joe Rogan. Yes, Joe Rogan is a great talent, but it doesn't mean the same as if you went to Shannon Sharpe. He helped build up Club Shay Shay to a whole nother.
I think Shannon has a real good show, man. I think he'd do numbers on any platform, to be honest. You know,
it didn't matter where he went, right?
Content.
But where did he get his clout originally from? He went
from being a Hall of Famer.
Exactly. He was in a big white organization, the NFL. Then he was on another big white broadcasting production, and then he was able to go off on his own and do his own thing. Y'all cannot act like this ain't real.
That's good, but he was able
Lyman
to
say black people don't believe in each other. I think that's false too.
But that's what it says. But that's what it creates. We think that the only way we could build up and we only partner with the so-called mainstream, and mainstream, when we say mainstream, is usually white.
Because look at the results. Look at
the result is that Cat Williams went to another black man's show when it wasn't popping yet, as well as we want to say it. It wasn't really lit like that. Cat went there. It is lit. It went up 1 million subs, $1 million. Like, it's ridiculous. And over like maybe like 100 million views within the clips that they came out of the videos as well.
Was it the interview or the marketing? Because Cat Williams didn't say nothing that we'd already don't know. It was the marketing, not the interview. It was the marketing, not the interview.
That's a beautiful thing. But still, what it is that he took it to another black creator. What is the beautiful thing about it? And it goes to show that us as black men, we could come together and bring our talents together. Whether me and Daryl agree and disagree on most things, me and him don't agree on everything. It doesn't matter about that part. I don't agree with some of the foul shit that he say. I tell him all the time, like, let's leave that shit alone. And he like, well, fuck that. They coming at me, they gonna get this smoke. And I gotta let him stand on that, because that's how he feel about it. He don't care. He willing to take it to wherever most people not willing to take it to. Cool. But I'm not gonna push him to the side and say, no, we can't make no money.
I just about to say that, Sharon.
He still have great talent. He still got a great voice. He still got a great mind to when he's able to articulate himself and stick to the topic. He has great talking points.
And we could build that together. Like people making money, man. That's all it is. It's like people want people to cast people aside and all the rest of that stuff. But at the end of the day, people just don't support each other. Black people don't mean, especially niggas. Niggas be looking for reasons to not support each other. You know what I'm saying? Whether they want to say it's competition or it's, the white people stuff. At the end of the day, that interview did numbers because of a black man by the name of Cat Williams. That's it. And his testimony about his life. A lot of us didn't know about the Harvey Weinstein comment that he made. A lot of the back Dylans that he was talking about. A lot of us didn't know that he was a scholar growing up as a child. A lot of us didn't know that stuff, man. How he was basically brilliant as a student by the age of 16, had like 9 different scholarships that he was offered. I think that in this space, when we look at when we talk about like black culture, it's really no culture, right? I used to think that black people got a culture, but it's really no culture. That culture that Pastor talking about is business. That's not a white people thing. ESPN is not a white brand. The NFL is not a white brand. That's all about money, right? The NBA is not a white brand. Most of the people that play in that shit are niggas.
How? Okay, so I understand. I kind of get what you're saying, but how is it not actually a white brand when that's the majority of the people doing the business? How is not a white brand when Taylor Swift was able to make the NFL $331 million? That's not just business. That's who they are. That's what they want to see. I don't think it's just.
So I got a question, Pastor. So if some white entities say they like what we're doing over here and they start giving us money to get this thing to market it better to a wider range of people, would you not consider this a black platform anymore?
No, it would be considered more of a mainstream platform. Then, let's say if whatever podcast contacted you, so you Sharon Sharp, I like you. I want to bring you into whatever podcast. Then you are not a black content creator anymore. You are a mainstream content creator, and it'll make it, and it'll be better for you and probably black YouTube, honestly.
So that's the problem. That's the problem that I have with it. So now, if we stay with the same color of people that is supporting the show, we stay with the same black politics of the conversations that we have that's involved in us and uplifting us. It doesn't matter who's behind it. It's still black money. It doesn't really matter. Like, money is fucking money. It doesn't matter who's behind it and who's helping. Like, because we cannot do anything by ourselves. We do not live in any place where we can do anything by ourselves, especially not over here in America. Those people are going to have to be involved in it for it to actually grow into some kind of mainstream thing. Other races got to be involved. They got to feel comfortable enough to say, oh, I like or dislike and disagree or I agree. That's the only way things can grow.
We have a lot of people in this space particularly that would say the people that gave me a chance to succeed were white. The people that, you know, robbed me were people that look just like me. So it's a lot of successful black men and women that black men and women support in this space that will tell you not to do business with black people just off the strength of their fucking color, but instead do business with people that's gonna help you actually elevate. And a lot of the times the white people, they be the ones paying a lot of money when it comes to this business shit. It is what it is. White people can come out and start a brand new brand. You know what I'm saying, motherfucking t-shirts running $85 and niggas gonna be buying that shit. I know niggas in Detroit wearing RTA jeans, you feel me, purple brand jeans, and niggas wearing this all around the country, dog. The ones who can afford it.
Right.
But let Sharon come out with some pants and say, oh yeah, these bitches $500 a pair. They're not gonna do it, but they go to RTA.
With the same quality too.
Same quality, bro. Same exact shit. Literally, same exact shit.
Same exact thing.
You know why?
Why?
Is yours does not have the outreach. When they put your little $500 shirt on and they go outside, people are like, what the fuck is that? But when they put on that Gucci shirt and they go outside, people know exactly what that is. It's about their outreach. And we don't have it over here. All right? We don't.
So here's a problem. Is like the purple brand. Nobody knew who that purple brand was. They just came out of the blue and then everybody started wearing it because some rap niggas started wearing it. And I'll go to show to you a fact that to disprove your point is the dude that made Slow Bucks in Queens. All he did was get a bunch of rappers to wear it. He got Joel Santana to wear it, and all of a sudden, $20 shirt was going for $150. So we do have the power, but we don't keep it within ourselves because we, as soon as we get the money, he want to buy Gucci instead of wear his own shit. What the fuck?
And I think Cuzzo, and you know, since Cat Williams was brought up, one of the things that Cat Williams said that kind of went under the radar was he said that we don't know who we are, but they know who we are. And that's why they work so hard to keep us in the space that we are right now, so we don't rediscover how powerful we were. And I think it goes back, and like we don't even have to go back to slavery. We can go back to the 60s, right? You had two trains of thought. You had the people, Martin Luther King and the civil rights era train of thought, who they wanted desegregation and integration. Then you had Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam train of thought, where they wanted separation. They said, well, you know what? Give us our own piece of the United States. Give us the resources to build ourselves up, and we can, you know, build ourselves back up to where we were, the powerful people we were before we got here, right? And a lot of people, and what they realized was, and what Malcolm X said, and I implore every young brother and sister to go back and watch the debates that Malcolm X had in the early 1960s when he was talking about these things. One of the things he talked about, he says, if y'all go ahead and go with the desegregation and go with the civil rights era, Martin Luther King and all that stuff, you're gonna have the same issues that we have now in 50, 60 years. The only difference is there are gonna be certain people that they select that's going to be successful, that's going to be rich, and it's gonna look like we've made progress, but it's not gonna be real progress. And exactly everything that he debated and talked about in 1960, 1961, 1962 is still happening to this day. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what's lost in translation here. It's the division started in slavery, and those same mentalities still plagues us to this day.
And also, when we buy other brands, like how Pastor was saying with the Gucci brand and that like that, so we don't give no prestige to our own thing. When somebody would say, "Oh, what is that?" You're like, "Yo, this is such and such," and talk about it with reverence and take care of it with reverence. We'll buy that $50 sweater and we're treated like it's a $20 one just because other people don't know it, instead of building it up, because word of mouth is what builds it up. It could be the same. It's not like they have a better cotton just because it says Gucci on it. It's the same fucking cotton that's Fruit of the Loom, but you treat it better. You'll take that Gucci shirt and take it to the cleaners instead of putting it in your wash machine. But if you put it in the washing machine, it's going to be the same outcome. It's going to look the same.
Well, it's about marketing. Like one thing,
we spend a lot of money on shit. Like I said, the black it be like black men be acting like it be white people pushing this shit. It be black people pushing this shit.
It be right.
Sharon, you know, I don't even wear shit like this no more. But I can easily go to my closet and pull out about 50 of these motherfucking Louis Vuitton belts. All these motherfuckers cost about $600 a motherfucking pop.
Right.
What made you buy it? Right. What made you buy it?
The reason why I stopped wearing these Louis V belts is because I wanted to start supporting black businesses. So I started buying for colored people only. This is Dr. Umar shit.
But why'd you buy it in the first place though?
Because I had the money.
Right, that's what we're saying. But when you break what Dallon is trying to explain is that he broke that mental chain that he had of I'm going to buy it because everybody else say it is cool, and said no, I'm going to go support my people that is doing their best to create something, and I'm going to create that. And then when somebody say you got some whack ass shirt, no, this is made by one of my brothers, and I'm going to wear it proudly. This is a Basquiat shirt. I'm proud to wear it because I know who Basquiat is.
No, he bought that daggone belt because of what it says to everyone else when they see him.
Pastor, I'm telling you,
at the time,
I was just a nigga spending money. You know how many pair of True Religions I got in this bitch, bro, that I don't even put on? That I just these motherfuckers just sitting around.
But all that signals something to people, though, man.
They signal that we getting money, right? And that's
exactly.
And let me tell you why. It's because other black men do it, right? When I was the reason why I was buying these True Religions. I can pull up 50 pair of these motherfuckers. I can go get the purple brands, the Louis, the Balenciaga shoes, you name it. I got all that shit here, bro. It be great. And it's because in my real life, I was hanging around nothing but real dope niggas who was all getting money. You got to dress a certain type of way. And it's black men who perpetuate that. I couldn't walk around some of these niggas with no Wrangler jeans on. I couldn't come around these situations with no rank. No, bro, you got to come correct. Right? We wearing $2,000 outfits. Right. And the problem is, and that's why Sharon, I don't buy this shit no more. I just throw this shit away now, right?
Right. The mentality changed.
I have a whole different mentality change now. I made a lot of money in my life, dog. I probably spent, I got probably about 60 fucking pair of True Religions, 60 pair of fucking purple brand jeans. You know how many fucking money I spent on fucking polo, bro? Oh my fucking God. But to Pastor's point, Pastor, it's not just the white man. Black people do this. Black people would see another black. If Dr. Umar had the same shirt that looked just like Gucci, they'd say it's not worth shit because he made it. But if Gucci put it out, it's worth something because they made it. This a lot of this fall to the feet of black men. We can just simply support our culture and then elevate those brands. We choose not to. Yes. That's just the facts.
So how much is the Umar shirt?
This was $35.
All right.
All right, so we could prove that. I'm gonna put out a goddamn hoodie within the week, and we'll see how we support it. We'll see, and I'm gonna make sure it's the best quality I can find. I'm gonna make sure it's the same quality as Essential, the same because I don't know if people know, but it's a certain kind of GSM that decides what the quality is. I'll make sure it's the same exact GSM as Essential, and we're gonna see if people fuck with it or not. I'm gonna make it look good and everything. We're gonna see what happens. Same quality. And we're gonna see if we fuck with it and rock with it. And it's gonna be cheaper than them because what Century hoodie is like $100. But we'll see. We'll see if we could have the psychological conversation and see if we could change the rhetoric, the remedial rhetoric that just because it's a white brand is better, even though there's no proof of it.
That's the reason why Killer Mike, Jay-Z, all them want to go to the Grammys. Even if a nigga get arrested after the Grammys, he still want to be there because.
And that's the problem.
What the problem is, they can sell $100 shirts, and we can only sell $35 shirts, and we just now buying our shirts. But we spent way more money, including myself, has spent way more money with other organizations. We might as well stay invested. We ain't need to pull out now. Ain't no need to throw them True Religion jeans across the room now.
It is.
Put them shits back on.
So, Pastor, so I got a question for you. If I come out with something with the same exact quality and I do my best to market it the same, are you going to support it?
And Pastor, it's about It's about actually knowing where to spend your money at. You know what I'm saying? You know how much these motherfucking jeans cost? These motherfucking purple brand jeans, nigga, these motherfuckers $400 a pair. 400. But again, people spend money where they want to. So when people was asking me, why you walk around with Louis Vuitton? Why you walk around with purple brand jeans? You know why I got this label on here still, Sharon? Because this was a trend. People will wear the purple brand jeans and keep the label out just so we can show niggas I got your rent on my ass right now.
Damn.
This is what black man perpetuated. I'm telling you, Pastor, I also participate in this shit, right?
But Daryl, can I ask you a question?
Still do. They what?
So what I'm saying is this: are you saying, Pastor, if we was to come up, all three of us here, we come up with a clothing brand that got the same quality, that just say if you do spend your money on that, I don't know what you spend your money, but say you buy essentials, we come with the same quality, would you support it as well?
So I would support it, but not for the same price. Y'all gonna have to
now when you wear it, and somebody asks you, so what is this? What's this shit that you got on? What are you gonna say at that point?
I'm gonna tell them what it is. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna tell them what it is, of course. But y'all gonna have to give me.
Are you gonna have that same reverence and proudness as if it was essentials or whatever, right? Because you're like, you know, if somebody was came to you, they don't know what essential is. You say, you ain't up on this, nigga. This shit costs $100. If you don't know, you don't know. That's how they act.
I personally would, but the person looking at it wouldn't. That's the thing about marketing. No one cares how you feel about your product. How does someone else feel about it? And
let me ask y'all brothers a question, man. Where do y'all?
Let me walk up to the stage, Koja, as well as you ask that question. So what I want to say is this: like I never seen a advertisement for purple. I never seen an advertisement for essential. But when people wear it, they would
is niggas.
Yes, the advertiser is the president. When they wear it, they say, "Nigga, you ain't you." Kanye say the best. Nigga, you ain't up on this. I spent about $400 on this. That's how they promote it.
Hey, Sharon,
Kanye used black people like his
My bad, Koja.
Kanye used black people like his bargaining chip. He put y'all in his pocket and pull y'all out when he want to, and we go along with the shit. But as far as black people, we have to determine our own internal worth. We literally put the value of ourselves on our backs. And when they created in Florida, a lot of the schools have uniform. Because we so much put our worth on our backs instead of in better places, you will have people, you had to wear a collar shirt, basically a polo. There will be a difference between Walmart polos, Target polos. You know, Aeropostale was kind of like the mid one. They made Aeropostale go crazy over here. And then you had the people who would buy the Ralph Lauren, or what's the little alligator? I forget the fucking Lacoste and stuff, just to differentiate and stunt on other people. We could, but we literally have to. And I'm not saying if somebody made me an indecent proposal, when we make the brand, they come and buy us out. We're supposed to sell that shit, and we're supposed to take that money and not sit back and go and make another fucking brand to compete with them. You did it once, you take that fucking money, and then you go do it again. And say, hey, this the new over here. They got that old shit. You take their fucking money, but you don't sit back and let them have it. You come out and create some shit better and compete with them. Because now you done made that money. But we value their universities more, because HBCUs are the prime example. When there was nothing else, we said that we had black colleges and universities because we couldn't get in. And now to the point where they're being decimated. But they fooled us, that inclusion. And when those are gone, you got to rebuild that shit over. And I was one of the people. When you get that aha moment and you notice the shit, you don't get shamed for what you did. Yeah, I used to be into the name brands, not me personally. I used to be into the name brands. But you say, that was me. I've grown, I'm mature, and I'm past that shit, and I'm on to some new shit. And that's what it is. And those are symbols to not go back to that, to go into another direction. Better put that $500 for them jeans on some stocks on Cash App or something. At least you'll have a chance at a better return.
We don't do that. Also, like, Sharon, I bought this Z Saint Laurent fucking blazer. This bitch is $600. You never even seen me put this bitch on.
And if you have places to
Hold
where
up,
to
Soldier.
do that,
Go ahead, Brownsville, New York. I know you want to jump in as well. Go ahead. Brownsville, you there?
Yeah, I
There you
just
go.
want to say I agree with everything Cole's just saying. And I was just going to elaborate on that because everybody's here is talking about what they've purchased as far as retail, right?
Mhm.
But where do you think, and this goes for everybody on the panel, where do you think the toxic mentality of our culture comes from to prioritize looking rich instead of becoming wealthy? Because what Koja pointed out is, why pay $500 for some jeans instead of putting $500 and buying stocks in that particular company, right? That's how you generate wealth and ownership, right? Not just being a consumer, but being the person who owns what's being consumed. That's where true wealth comes from. But in our culture, we have kind of been programmed to prioritize looking rich, right? Buying gold and diamonds and putting it on our neck and buying these labels and putting it on our body instead of actually buying the companies who are manufacturing these products, putting our money in the gold and diamond reserves, things that's going to create generational wealth. That's where the conversation needs to change, as far as when you get the money, put it in the right places to promote and create generational wealth instead of prioritizing looking rich
I can
by
tell you why.
I can
wearing
tell them
these
why too.
jeans
You can go
and
first,
wearing
Sharon.
this jewelry. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, when you look at it, it goes all the way back
You want to
to
go
the
first, Sharon?
mentality
No,
that
you can go ahead. You got it right
they've
after.
established on us, man. So y'all want to hear y'all thoughts on that?
Go ahead, Daryl.
To me, you got to blame the people that support those people, right? So again, as a content creator, everybody got different businesses, right? And there's different ways to actually excel in your business. So let's speak as a content creator. As a content creator, I can come on here right now, wear a fucking Versace robe every day for the next year. Certain men, they will spend money with me. Certain people, don't let me shit on black women. They gonna spend money. And then when somebody call me broke, they're gonna say I wear Versace every day. Image is important. Right? If y'all didn't learn anything else from Kevin Samuels, understand that image is important. And black men, I'm sorry to say it, you have to have a certain image. And they say this about black women. You can be a nerd, but if you don't have the thug image, you won't get nowhere. It's the same thing, right? Black men don't support niggas who look like nerds or they support niggas who wear RTA jeans. Sharon, have you even seen a pair of RTA jeans?
No.
Because Sharon don't be in those circles. So I be around a lot of ghetto rich niggas. And them niggas, you know what they saying, Sharon? We don't wear purple jeans. Fuck, we only wear RTA. Them bitches are $1,000 a pair, bro.
Damn.
You feel me? So, and if you want to be not clown when you come in certain circles, you're gonna have to be looking a certain type of way. It is what it is, right? But I'm telling you, throughout my life, yeah, Sharon, I never seen no motherfucking purple brand commercial. I never seen one purple brand commercial. You know what I would do? I would go out, the niggas would be like, yeah, this shit fire. The hoes will like it too. Now you got a choice. You want to be the nigga wearing Wrangler and a group full of niggas wearing RTA and Gucci, or you gonna go hang with the Wrangler guys? Because everything has status and class in America. Period. We can act like it don't, but it do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And once the way fashion represents your status, it is what it is.
It is.
Past the right at some points. A lot of people fake it. But ultimately, fashion tells people either your status or what status you want to belong in. That's just the facts.
Exactly. You pull up with that nice Ferragamo's press shirt to an event, people gonna look at you different than coming in with that JC Penney's.
okay.
Or some shit
No,
like that.
No, that's a fact, Pastor. You got it.
My mama said, and my mom sews like bomb. She don't sew anymore, but she grew up in that place. And she says she don't have to, and I'm not a label whore, I'm not a fashionista, but I do understand. She says she don't have to buy brand name because she know quality. And a JCPenney shirt is not gonna have the same, but there does not mean there is not quality things that aren't Ferragamo that are made out of the same material with the same stitching and different things. Of course, JCPenney material ain't gonna be the same quality material, because once you get into fabrics, you know the different layers of fabric. But there are brands out there that do have the same quality but may not have the same label, because we know all of this stuff is manufactured and there are different levels of quality and fabric. When you go to buying t-shirts and you got a t-shirt brand, you know the t-shirts that you get out of Joanne fabric versus the higher brand when you are beginning to manufacture stuff. So if you understand quality, then you don't have to rely on that label, and that goes to your knowledge base. But yes, our look matters, but if your look is dependent upon a label, you label yourself. Or like Daryl's did, he can say, you know what, and you can still show up looking good, because unless you got the labels plastered on you, ain't nobody gonna know what the fuck is on the inside of their tag. They will notice the quality, but they're not gonna notice what's on the inside label unless you point it out.
So, all right. So let's talk about the problem why people do not want to invest rather than buy investment piece. Is because you can't see it. It's the same way why people that live in the hood, their house is a wreck, but outside they got a Bentley, Benz, a BMW, and their clothes is good. But you walk inside the house, it looks like how it is in the projects. It smells bad. It looks bad. There's roaches everywhere. You know why? Because people don't see the inside of your bank account. People do not see the inside of your house. So therefore, they do not care about what the inside look like. As long as the outside look, because it makes them feel good in the time. It's instant gratification is why they go ahead and chase and go ahead and risk their lives for $1,000 jeans. They're going to rob somebody to go buy $1,000 pair of jeans, not to better their life, but to look better than the next man. That's what happens. We got to change that mentality. And say that it is
the way
a fact
you change
to have
that mentality,
Cuzzo. Yeah, so we gotta have that.
The way you change that mentality is you change the imagery, right? Because you just said it. It's about the image. It's about what people see versus what people do. So if you change the imagery, if you come on your platform and say, you know what, yesterday I took my money and I put all of it on Tesla. Or I took my money, I put all of it on Google. I took my money, I put all of it on Microsoft. Let me show you what I got right here. And from last week to this week, it grew $5,000. If you start showing that level of imagery of growth when it comes to building generational wealth, then that is going to be a healthy resource to change the behaviors. Because that's the thing, it's hard to change behavior, right? In order to change behavior, like y'all both said, y'all both articulated, you got to change the imagery. And so now the issue.
So now you lean into what I was saying.
Right. So now the problem with changing that, we got to start championing all the people that's doing the righteous things. And for some reason, we have a problem championing the righteous things. Like when I brought up the fact that this young lady had 3 degrees at the age of 16, it was a lot of pushback on that show. And I said, we need to champion more young ladies and more young people that is doing this. We need to have more parties for young people that's getting degrees early, fast, quick, fast, in a hurry, and throw them goddamn money parties and make sure we put money in their pocket when they graduate, put money in their pocket when they do the next level. So this way they don't have to struggle and go rush and get a job, because we are funding them to keep on doing greatness. But we do not. The people that are doing the right things, we do not champion. What we champion is the ones that do it the quick and fast way. So therefore, our youngest and brightest, they want to do it the quick and fast way. That's why they want to jump in the NFL. They want to jump in the NBA. They want to be rappers. They want to be singers, because it's quick, fast, and in a hurry.
And the toxicity behind that mindset, is when you buy those Saint Laurent jeans, when you buy that Gucci purse, right? It's not going to gain value. If you paid $5,000 for it today, it's going to be worth probably $5,000 or even less the next day. You know what I'm saying? But when you buy into that company, right, over time, you're going to accumulate wealth. You know what I'm saying? So it's a difference from the consumer mindset, because the consumer mindset, you're not accumulating wealth. You're just accumulating debt.
But that's not technically true. They have a great.
Right, so we're gonna go past that, then we go Koja. Go ahead.
But this stuff has great. The thing about it is they have a resale value that a lot of these people are making a lot of money off of on the resale side of the game. And this is the whole reason why I was saying, look, Killer Mike was willing to risk going to jail just to look good at the Grammy. You feel me? Because once you make that step, he can now be in movies. People gonna start buying more of his albums. They're gonna start researching his old songs, all that stuff. It goes so much farther. That's the biggest investment you can probably make in yourself. And I hate to say it, but going white may be right.
Go ahead, Koja.
You know, we do these status symbols when you talk about yesterday, I dropped about $500. I actually made a good connection with this country ass white guy in Fort Myers. I bought about $300 worth of pots. I bought a wagon and some other stuff. Only thing people will come on here when I come on and tell me is, oh, that bitch got on Walmart shoes. I say, yes, the fuck I do. Because I buy them and wear them for about 2 or 3 months and then I throw them away or I walk on the bike of them. Why would I? Because, you know, I do videos from my yard. I haven't done any for a while. But why the fuck would I have on Jordans or whatever the fuck they wearing, Yeezys, to be in my yard? But as Black people, there's not just one way. I would not down the person that got 3 degrees at 16, because that's her way. Everybody don't have the same gifts and skills to hone. So there are going to be many different avenues. But as long as that person is trying to achieve their personal best, some money may come through entertainment, some may come through tech. Everybody don't have the same skills. So as long as people are doing things positive, we have to support, even if it's not the way that we think they should be doing. Everybody ain't got the talent to go on a YouTube and create viral videos or TikTok. That person may not have the mindset to sit in a tech class, and they may have it. So everybody don't have the same.
There's another problem. So like how we having this conversation and talking about the mindset and how we need to start focusing on building wealth and building different ideas. Not $1 was sent while we having this conversation because people don't care about it. They do not care about the money. And so when other people see that people do not care about this subject, it is hard to continuously to promote healthy thinking and healthy living because nobody want to share it. Nobody's hitting the fucking like button and nobody's sending $1 to the Cash App, Super Chat, or any of those things when we are trying to change the mindset. When we say we got to start uplifting each other, we got to start thinking differently. We cannot just run to the white man and say they are good and Black is wrong. I support. Like we could do something simple as just hitting the like button and hitting the share button, not even $1. If we had the same amount of people that we had when we was talking shit about somebody, and we had 300 people in here, and everybody saying like, yeah, this is how we need to change our mindset. We need to stop thinking about spending money, but instead of spending money for consumption, but we consume stocks instead of just a pair of jeans that we could hold tangible. But we need to consume ownership instead.
Man, forget that Black.
I support about 11 different content creators.
It's not even the Black shit.
Okay,
exactly.
I'm just saying, I have about 11 memberships.
What we got to start is promoting and saying, hey, come over here. We talking about how we need to change our mindset so we can pass that on to the youth as well. And say, look, people do pay attention to mindset change. That we don't want to just be a fly snake on a block. We need to go ahead and promote ownership, whatever that is. It doesn't matter if it's Black, white, or indifferent. Just go ahead and promote ownership, period. If you buy a stock for $100, you own a piece of that company. You are a owner. And as you keep buying more, you have more stake in that stock, is what we need to start preaching, right?
So you agree?
I don't say this. I support about 11 or 12 memberships. One young lady panel I don't even go to. She does makeup. I don't even wear no fucking makeup just because she Black. That is my version of cable. So when I disconnected my cable, I said I could do that. Now, every now and then my credit card changes. I may be off for a while, but when I notice it, I go and reactivate.
Right.
And that is my way. I ain't going to be sitting up on no panel. I can't contribute every day. Every now and then I will do, but I keep track of my dollars and cents. And I know for me, the membership is the way that I can contribute consistently. If I could sit up there and pay cable for ESPN, but I ain't going to be, I'm going to be buying me some stocks.
And exactly, when you buy those stocks, you know what you're doing? You're buying white. Okay, so pretty much what I'm saying is you're gonna have to forget this Black shit. No, sending each other $2.99 and $5 here and there, $20. We're gonna make it rain. We're gonna send nigga $100. That's not real wealth. The real wealth is getting out of black shit. It just is what it is.
I'm not gonna support that. I'm not. We are a $1 trillion entity. If we didn't generate so much fucking money, they wouldn't be catering to us. And instead of white entities coming in, if we could translate that into keeping that shit in our own fucking community, we won't have it. But you here talking about selling out. We ain't got to buy that shit just cause white people. We are the fucking trend. We can come and do that. I don't agree with you, Pastor. If we wasn't such a big entity, I don't know if somebody came to me and say, hey, I'm going to give you such and such millions of dollars for your thing you created. I'm going to go and take that money and I'm going to create some new shit. So you sell out because that's what you want to do. But I'm not going to preach that message to everybody. Because just if you create, like that baby say, if you made one of me, you could go make another of me. Or if you can't, if you are the creativity, you could make another one. And you, but and you, if that what make you feel good, Pastor, you do that. But I know with this $1 trillion money that we bring in this community and these people be clamoring for, if we kept that shit like the Asians do. Somebody was telling me, and this is a content creator a lot of y'all probably don't go to, he was saying how the Asians have a fucking system. They like, oh, you gonna do food, you gonna do nails, and you gonna do this, and they have, and if they go into a other entity, it's kind of, they talk about it, it's kind of accepted amongst their community that this portion of the Asian community do this. And nails in the restaurants. So if they could keep their money in their fucking community, they say the people that go to in the Asian community and the Hispanic communities, I see those small stores. The people that go outside to Publixes and stuff to buy are the public people that have assimilated into white culture.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. Spanish
Pastor said something kind of crazy. Hey,
Spanish businesses fail the most in this country.
Hey,
about to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Barry Rice. He says, for the Monday morning live, I appreciate you, Barry White. Thank you for the support on the Cash App side. We also have
about to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
We got Genesis IM. She says, I do care about the content. She sent $1 Cash App as well. And y'all all can do. We got 105 people. Make sure you hit the like button and the share button. You get the Cash App.
I want to correct something real quick, man.
Or a super chat. I appreciate every single body. Go ahead. Brownsville, New York. Let's share this out. Hit the share button. Create a post. It's very simple. Go ahead.
Hey, Cuzzo. So Pastor said that when we buy stock, we're buying white. That's a crazy ideology, man.
Yes.
When we buy stocks, what we're doing is we're participating in ownership of the market. You know what I'm saying? The New York Stock Exchange is what pretty much funds the world, right? So when you are buying stocks, you're not buying white. You're not participating in retail. What you're doing is you're participating and you're putting yourself in a position for ownership of the markets that run the world. So we can't push that narrative that is buying true. White. That's crazy. That's a crazy ideology, Pastor. Because okay, I'm gonna tell you this: if you take $15,000, right? You take $15,000 today, right, and buy what you're talking about is Gucci retail garments. And I take $15,000 today and I buy Gucci stock, I guarantee you when we look at it next year, you ain't going to be able to sell what you got versus what I've accumulated in terms of ownership. You know what I'm saying? So the mindset that you're kind of pushing, the narrative that you're pushing, that creates that toxic mentality that we have that pushes us to become retail buyers instead of corporation owners. And that's all I'm trying to say. We got to switch our mentality to become the owner instead of the consumer, because the value is in ownership, Pastor. The value is in ownership, and it's not in being a consumer.
Okay, check this right. So even
hold on, before you go, Pastor, I got one question for you. Do you know how much a Gucci stock is?
They're like you can get them up from like $250 down to $60.
It is $41 for a Gucci stock.
To actually produce it or sell it?
No, to buy a Gucci stock, the person that is besides the LVH brand, because that's a different stock, because that they somebody that actually owns a bunch of umbrellas of different companies. But the person that the Gucci stock is under, it is $41.14 to buy a Gucci stock. It's not called Gucci, by the way.
What do they sell it for?
40.
They don't sell it for $41.
The stock is $41.
What is the actual? You said what is a Gucci sock worth?
No, the stock market. In the stock market, what is Gucci worth in the stock market?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have any Gucci stock.
Right. So the Gucci stock itself is $41.
I buy semiconductor. I buy microchip stock. I don't buy clothing stock. Anyway.
But go ahead and attack Brown's point of view. What I'm saying is that instead of buying $300 for a bag, however much that Gucci bag is, you could have bought $300 worth of Gucci stock, and they at $41 for one share. So
you know what I do, Sharon?
You're still a consumer.
Go ahead. I want Posada to get his full thought out because he wants to.
My bad, Posada. You got it.
Yeah, I mean,
Pastor.
Pastor. Get your full thought out, and then we go Daryl. Go ahead.
So, Koja, it's not selling out; it's actually investing in. That's the first thing I want to rebuttal to that. Because that's what we're really talking about. And the reason why I say that it is a white company, look, when I buy a semiconductor or a microchip, I know that I'm buying it from a Taiwanese or an Asian company. I'm not even going to lie to myself about that. And when you say that you're going to buy stock in a certain company, you got to look at literally who owns the company. So you're literally saying buying right is buying right. You are saying buying white is buying right. You even said buy some Tesla stock. Who owns Tesla? Like, let's stop at the semantics is what's wrong with us. We get mad at semantics.
Technically, the shareholders own it.
The shareholders do not own it. No, they do not.
Yes, they
if
do.
The shareholders back out, the United States government will still step in, and even then, Elon Musk, as his own entity, has the money. You can say that the share owners own Microsoft. No, the fuck they don't. Bill Gates does. Y'all give these shareholders way too much power, and we're not even big shareholders. You know
let me ask you a question. Do you know how?
Hold on. Go ahead, Browns.
Do you know how Elon Musk was able to acquire Twitter? Do you know what tactic he used to acquire Twitter?
Good point.
Became a majority shareholder.
We are not buying enough ownership, as you say, through stock to really be able to have a say.
All right, so Pastor, so how do we change? So this is what this conversation turned into, that we have to change our mentality from buying it on the street. Instead of buying Tesla the car, we buy Tesla the stock, is what he's saying. We have to change that mentality and say doing the right thing is good, it's beautiful, it's powerful. That's the ideology we have to change. We got to stop allowing people to say, yes, you just got to have the purple jeans, the Amiri shirt, a gold chain, and saying that is good, instead of you go ahead and buying ounces of gold. And then therefore, now that you have these ounces of gold, you could go to a bank and say, hey, I want to get a loan on the ounces of gold that I have.
Sharon, I have shown silver, gold. Y'all know I've raised my channel a bunch of times. I've shown people silver, and Coach know this. I've shown silver. I've shown gold. I've talked about different stocks we can buy. I've done all that shit, and I'm telling you, when you buy stocks, you are buying into a certain entity, and a lot of those entities are not black; they're white.
But I think
About to be a situation.
Shout out to Tezzy K with the $5 ball, supporting the conversation of money and how we got to change our mentality. He don't even understand how stocks works. Shake my head.
It's nothing wrong with that if he
does. What you buy it for is also what you sell it for, depending on the time. So meaning that you could buy it for $41 today, and if it goes up $10, tomorrow you could sell it for $51. So you made $10 off that stock. So therefore, if you had 1,000 of those stocks, you would have made roughly estimate, because it is an estimation,
He said what you buy it for is what you sell it for. Then you make no profit. That's stupid. He doesn't even understand stocks.
No, what he's saying is that you can also sell it for more.
You can sell it for more. You can sell it for more if you can hold. If you can hold and know when, if you can hold, and if you hold too long, you can fold. Some people don't know when to take profits, so they end up taking losses. This is a game that most people really don't actually know how to play.
Here's the problem I have with our conversation right now. We want to talk about what people don't know. And I dislike that conversation because then we're not having any growth. We are not giving anybody no valuable information. It's the problem I'm having right now. So what we need to do is explain to people, how do you invest in a company? Where to find a company to invest in? Not tell them all the fucked up shit that they could do by investing in it and telling them that if you invest in this, that you invest in white. No, if you invest in a company, you are buying ownership in a company to make profit from that company. It don't got nothing to do with promoting any kind of race or any kind of
shareholders are not.
It is all about profit. So therefore, you got to put some investigation into the companies that you are invested in or that you want to invest in. Find out who the CEOs, what is his intentions, what's his 5-year plan, because all those statements is out there when you want to make an investment. So you can make a projection of where this company is going. So it can start off at $41, and if they have some kind of program, and you believe in that ideology, then you invest your money in it. Hopefully it moves up at least 30 cents, because if it goes up 30 cents, you have enough stake. That is a lot of profit. Depends on how much money you invested in it. Because all you need is the stock to go up 10%, and you can make an egregious amount of money off of 10 cents.
We have to stop looking at things in terms of actual dollars.
Depending on the stock. So therefore, we have to start promoting on what is going to benefit people, not just saying all these things that we're not doing. I think that's okay to have that conversation. However, we got to eventually move it to where people can profit off of companies being an owner. Is not supporting white. It is supporting ownership.
Can I go? We have to stop thinking of things in dollars and cents, because a lot of people don't really understand basic. Well, let me say this here. A lot of people, we don't really look in terms of percentages.
Hold on. The problem is that I do not want to talk about what we don't do.
Okay, I ain't gonna say what we don't understand.
Thank you.
What I want to say is we look at things in terms of dollars and cents instead of looking at things in terms of percentages. Percentages matter. If it didn't matter, 7% interest rate would not be looked at. I mean, a 10% interest rate or a 7% increase in interest rates would not be such a horrible thing. Those percentages matter. When the Dollar Tree went up a quarter, I say, we didn't realize it didn't go up a quarter. It went up 25%. Most people do not get a 25% raise. They may get a 2.5% raise, 3%, but all things are not going to be 100% growth. Incremental progress is a thing, and we have to look at things in terms of percentages and we don't allow room for errors in the Black community. In becoming financially literate and investing, we are going to learn lessons. There are going to be some pluses and some minuses. Those are growth lessons, and no one way is going to be it. Today, I may start with stocks. I may not understand it. I may go and invest $100, and I may get a learning lesson out of that. But there's going to be more than one venue. Yes, you can put your money in gold. You can put it in stocks. As your financial literacy grows, your investments in different things will grow. Right now, I'm not investing in the stock market. About 4 years ago, I bought a piece of property for $52,500. I can sell 2 of those lots now anywhere up to $100,000. I'm never gonna have an investment that's gonna increase a couple of 100% in a couple of years. Most investments, you get a 20% growth, 30%, not even that much growth. But we got to stop thinking, because I invest in stocks today, tomorrow I invested $50, I'm gonna have $150 in a year. You may be lucky and get a stock that does that, but that's not it. So we will learn lessons, because this is not something we grew up. Our great grandparents didn't know about stocks. Our grandparents didn't know about stocks. Our parents may not even know. So we are going to take some L's and some wins in that, but everything has a lesson, but it's not a failure. So
about to be a situation. Hey.
Tezzy Cade, he says, for Passer, invest in AI stocks. It is the future.
All I
The
say,
truth
thank-
is,
I would say
Sharon,
this. I would say this. Yes.
the truth is this though, right? If you have a job and your job is you're fortunate enough to get a retirement plan from your job and you having a retirement account, what you have to understand is that retirement account is in the stock market, right? That's where your money is going. When they take that money out of your check every week or every 2 weeks or every month, it's going into the stock market, right? And that's how your retirement account is growing in value over time, because you're not putting $500,000 in there. If you worked for 30 years and you retire and you have this big retirement account, it's because over that 30-year period, the money that your company invested in, it grew your account to that amount, right? And all I'm saying is changing the mentality for us, our culture, to learn about these things. And what Daryl said, like, I want to ask Daryl, how much money do he believe he put in to just retail, buying the Saint Laurent and the purple jeans he talked about? I want to get an estimate from him how much he think he paid for that stuff, and to make a comparison that if he would have took that money and bought ownership in those companies at that time, how much he would think he would have as far as accumulated value.
Right. So that, and that's what we are trying to get the conversation to, not bash each other, talk about all the shit that we don't know. Let's talk about all the things that is positive about investing and why you should invest and why you should invest in companies, because that is showing that we are interested in ownership and not just the look of being wealthy. Go ahead, Pastor.
One thing that we can learn from Jay-Z, Killer Mike, and I'm gonna keep saying this shit: invest in white. That's the word. That's where you need to put your investment at, black people.
Stop it.
In white. No, I'm not even trolling when I'm saying this shit. You're gonna have to learn to get along and invest and make moves with white people.
But the problem is, Pastor, is that what we are talking about is just invested in ownership and taking pride in ownership and not only wanting the immediate satisfaction of a gold chain. Hey, Dolphins, let me get a peace sign in the back. Let me make sure that is you. Can you just come up real quick? You don't have to stay on. And that's the problem, is that we do not take pride in ownership and having people have these conversations about, because people are scared to talk about money because it would show. Thank you, I appreciate it. It would show how insufficient or how illiterate we are with finances. Most people are scared to talk about their finances. They're scared to say, I only bought one stock in Gucci. They're scared to say, I bought $41 worth of Gucci, instead of saying, I have a Gucci bag that's $300. They'd rather say that because you can see it. Look, I'm fly. I got Gucci on. I got the same thing as Cardi B, for example. It's easy to be said, but we could change the mentality and say, hey, listen, to buy a Gucci sock is only $41. Now we could divide a Gucci bag is $300, right? Let's do easy math. So $300 is for a Gucci bag. It's probably more than that. And we divide that by 41. What is the case? So that means you can have 7 shares in Gucci with just one bag. What would you rather have? And then now, where every time a rapper says something about a Gucci this and they make a Gucci song, you probably make a profit because Gucci's going to go up once that new hip hop song. Now you happy every time you hear Gucci in a goddamn rap song because you're making money.
Sharon, you remember when that nigga on T.I. was wearing
use those stocks not as money per se, like, because the problem is people think that you use the stock as money, like I'm going to sell it and I'm going to buy it. No, you use it when you build it up high enough. You could use that and get a loan on that money where you don't have to pay the taxes on it because it is a loan. So if I have $1 million worth of stock in something, I could go get $1 million loan. I don't have to pay taxes on it.
That's assuming that the market will always stay profitable. Every 10 years, it does increase, but at the same time, like Koja was saying,
this is scared.
Sharon, can you let me know if I'm right or wrong?
Into the stocks, we cannot scare them. Stop scaring them and saying like it's all these. Let them go ahead and invest.
They need to be scared. This is real money they invest in.
They're not. Here's the problem, Pastor. They're not scared to waste their money on a pair of pants.
And when it comes to the stats,
Once they buy those jeans and they wear it and it gets rips in it, that shit ain't worth what they paid for it. So it's okay to go ahead and do it in stocks. I want to go Daryl Long. I want to get Dollface in there, and then we get back to Passer. Let's keep it.
I'm trying to your point, because he was saying something about the market and stuff, but no, Sharon's right here, because the market is steady moving basically at a 7% interest. Like you're going to make money, period, right? Especially if you don't play the fucking daily trade game or day trading game, right? When you want to be a fucking greedy nigga. There's a book that I got on Sharon. It's called The Intelligent Investor by I think the author name is Benjamin Graham. What I do know is he was the man that put Warren Buffett on, right? Warren Buffett says this man was my mentor. And in that book, he talked about how like money has no race, money has no color, right? He spent money everywhere. It's crazy how in the book he talk about how to invest. If you invest just with your race and your race alone, you're gonna pretty much be poor, right? Imagine if black people, all of us today, stop buying Gucci, like Sharon said, no more Balenciagas shoes and shit for $1,000, and every single one of us start buying stock. Eventually, we will own these companies. Eventually, we will have majority stake in a lot of these companies, but I feel like we choose not to because, like you said, Sharon, it's easier to get crispy and shit. Me, I have it set on my bank account. Certain stocks, once I spend my money, let's say if I spend $35, it's gonna round up to like 37 or whatever and put that into the stock. Right. So I just be letting that sit for like 2 years. I also, it's crazy. Mine's a Tesla too. That's the stock I choose to go with. But it's been doing well for me. You know what I'm saying? I actually just sold off some money this morning so I can get some food. Right. So I can order me some motherfucking some DoorDash. But the point is, I got that money sitting at any given time for like real hard situations, real hard times. And I think a lot of people don't give a fuck about stocks because they don't look at it as a long-term investment. That's just the facts. That's my opinion though.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Ted's Gates. I don't know about you. I can predict future stocks. It's not hard. All I gotta do is look at the charts. I can have a pretty decent prediction. Is it 100%? No, but you can have a pretty decent prediction if you pay attention to the numbers and all the information that is given to you in the stock market every single day. Welcome, Dollface. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I've just popped. I'm hearing something about investing and whatnot. Yeah, put it like this real quick. Scared money don't make no money. Every time you don't invest in your stock, you're losing money out. And just because you didn't invest, you already lost money. Stock is one way I like to explain stock to people is it's almost like the one thing that you can purchase and always get your money back. You may not get the full amount back, but it's something that you can purchase and watch your money either grow or fall. I've heard people complain about Bitcoins, all different types of stocks and then cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin has made me $14,000 in the course of 1 month at a point when I did not have a job. So Bitcoin had me making $14,000, having me able to survive for the next 6 months. You need to know, if you know how to do penny stocks, penny trades, there's actually quite a few people who actually sit there and kind of guide you through it. Not everybody's going to give you all the answers because it is something that you need to learn on your own. If you have somebody who knows more about stocks and bonds and things like that, then go ahead, definitely learn from that. Look, definitely, if you're going to invest in your stocks, every time you invest in your stocks, definitely invest in your IRA. If you don't have an IRA, get a Roth IRA. Max that thing out. I believe it just went to, now we can donate
I think it's 6,000 or 7,000. Yeah, 6,000 or 7,000 a year.
And if you're married and you have a spouse, that means you could double it. So that's 14,000. But go ahead. So that's one of the benefits of being married, by the way. But go ahead, Dollface.
Also, one thing I like to tell people, shit. I got to call so bad.
While you have a thought and you figure out what else you want to say, welcome to the stage, Dr. C, the most dusty. How you feeling? What's your thoughts?
Dr. C, the most dusty indeed. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing on the panel? Shout out to Sharon, shout out to Daryl, shout out to Supreme Goddess, PhD, but shout out to Brownsville holding it down. Shout out to Koja, Pasada, and Dollface. So, again, getting on the StreamYard. I missed about 3 minutes, but the conversation seems like it's actually bleeding over from last week. I was able to listen in last week, and I heard the topic of going to a Black doctor because Black men are least educated. And that, like, I mean, the fallacy of that statement is kind of weird, but it's the same mentality as what somebody just mentioned about. They brought up an example of, I mean, if Umar dropped a Gucci or Versace shirt or something, and Sharon, you said if you had the exact same material, would it be taken the same way? And a lot of that, you know, that's marketing, right? A lot of it has to do with marketing. And so it's also about and somebody else just said, if you want to make some money, then you got to start investing in white. And the point he was making, I believe, overall point was being able to cooperate and work well with others. And so that's one of the reasons why our social image is so very important. Like, and so I just want to, you know, because it trickles down, you know, it trickles down to every facet, to where you have somebody getting on here, you know, getting in public, in a public square, and saying that a high school dropout and an orthopedic surgeon are at the same level of education because of the color of their skin. It's a complete fallacy of a statement. It's a paradox of a statement. Daryl.
What up, Daryl?
Man, listen, Daryl, let me ask you a quick question. If you have a psi, what comes before your psi, alpha or omega?
Pardon, you say what?
If you have a psi, a PSI,
yes.
What comes before your psi, an alpha or an omega?
Alpha, of course.
Oh, okay. In your psi.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were the other 1911. I got it.
No, 1906, my brother.
Oh, 06. Oh, ice. Oh, okay. Hey, that makes a lot of sense, man. Look.
Yeah, Alpha Phi Alpha. You was talking about Omega Psi Phi.
Yeah. Because for a second I was like, wait a minute, he does kind of have some Kappa vibes. Although he could be the bros, but being A5 makes so much sense, man. Y'all cold,
Can I
brother.
say something before we transition to another topic?
I was gonna say.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey,
This is going random.
Shout out to Sophia Grace for the host. Thank you for good content. I really appreciate that. We are trying to move the conversations as we go into the financial conversation. Go ahead, Koja.
Above all else, get understanding. Wherever you decide to put your money at, make sure you have a thorough understanding of it. If you don't understand it now, go investigate and become educated. That way, because if it's something I don't understand, I don't put my money there. I ain't got no whole bunch of money. I'm just a broke single baby mama. But above all else, get understanding, whether it be stocks, whether it be gold, whether it be real estate, get understanding. Don't just go by what people tell you. No investigation, no right to speak. And I'm finna drop down because I got to put this wagon together. The devil won't let me be great with all this rain out here, and I can't be in my yard on my day off, but I'm in the clouds. Yeah, I have a good one.
I have a good one, Koja.
Can I say something, Sharon?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this might be, it's financial, but not necessarily stocks. I saw an interview with a woman who used to work for the IRS, and she wrote a book where she talks about how the tax code base is discriminatory. And one thing that I didn't know was she said that if you have a married couple and both people work and earn similar amounts of money, they don't benefit from the tax law like a couple where only one spouse works, or there's a large gap in the earnings of the two spouses.
Say that again.
So
say it one more time. Say it one more time.
Right. So we get there are tax benefits for marriage.
Correct.
But what she said is that those benefits, Black people typically don't reap the benefits of that, because most of us are married to people with a similar income. And when you have a couple that earn similar income, they don't benefit from the tax code the way that a couple where only one spouse works, or there's a large gap between how much the two spouses
money.
work. So one of them is the primary breadwinner. And so the tax code she was saying is written such that those couples benefit way more than the married your typical Black married couple who's going to earn similar amounts of money.
Well, that's also because of the conversation that most people do not know about that you can use the Roth as a tax break in the first place. That is a tax write-off, not a tax credit. Most people don't understand the difference between a tax credit and a tax write-off. Those are two different things. Credit is something that they give you, and a write-off is something that you can take off of your expenses. So this way you are paid less taxes at the end of the year. So I think as we have these conversations, people need to know the difference between that language alone. This is why people do need to turn themselves into a business. The easiest way to turn yourself into a business, I should not be giving this away. This is going to be on the members only things. Matter of fact, it's going to be on members only. I'm going to talk about and break that down, how we could transfer myself from W2. Go ahead, Dollface, like you want to say something.
I was just about to finish off everything you said. I'm glad you said hold off on it. But
that should be because if you want to invest in your time, Dollface, you're gonna have to. It's gonna have to be behind a paywall. It can't be given for free. Fuck that.
I know. I'm just about to stop giving away all like a crap ton of business and like management, like information to people, because I'm like, I give it to y'all. Most of y'all don't do shit with it anyway. But
and if you want to be a part of those conversations that we're going to start having, make sure you become a member. It's not expensive. So, become a solution-based gangster as we deal in the truth and nothing but. So help me, you get the rest. Go ahead, Dollface.
Hey, cuzzo.
I need people to understand, like, the first thing that you should learn how to buy stock in is things that you use daily. Like I'm not, if you're going to buy stock and stuff like, I don't know, water, bleach, cleaning supplies, freaking, you got a phone. What kind of phone do you use? You got Android, Apple? Go ahead and start investing stock in that. Every time you can get a little piece of change, you can invest $1, $2, $20, whatever you can. It's the same thing as trying to add money into your savings account. I suggest you drop all them damn savings accounts, because they ain't never gonna do no more for you than a stock can. Like, drop your savings account and start learning how to utilize your money, because at 2.5 and 5% interest on your little savings accounts, that ain't got nothing compared to what the hell real money is out there.
Excellent point, Dollface. Excellent point, Dollface.
And cuzzo, what we have to understand as Black people is we are participating in the market in one way or another, either way. Now, the mentality that we have is we participate in the market as consumers, and that is the mentality we need to change. Instead of only participating in the market as consumers, we need to transform that into participating in the market in terms of ownership. And what the young queen just said, like, one of my biggest stocks in my portfolio is Starbucks. I love Starbucks. My wife loves Starbucks. We frequent Starbucks a lot. So I own a lot of Starbucks stock. You know what I'm saying? And it grew over time. And so that is what I'm saying. And I want to share one quick story from Shaq, right? Shaq, back when he was a young ball player, he was, one of the best players in the game. He had a meeting with a guy who was an owner of a new company, right? And they wanted Shaq to be a sponsor. And they said, well, hey, if you partner with us as a sponsor, we'll give you $250,000, right? And Shaq said, well, now instead of giving me that $250,000, I want that $250,000 in ownership in your company, right? You know who that company turned out to be? Google, right? And he turned $250,000 into over $400 million when he decided to invest in the company instead of taking that quick paycheck. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how he's almost a billionaire now, because of that investment he made in Google at that early stage. So
and he also did it in Ring.
More knowledgeable. We have to become more knowledgeable in the market that we participate in, right?
Yeah.
Our system is governed by the market. It's supply and demand. We're gonna spend money. When we spend money, it goes to the market. So let's buy the market. Let's promote buying the market. And that's how we're going to transform our culture from just having this toxic mindset of looking rich to becoming wealthy and generating wealth.
Yes, absolutely. And I think also people need to understand you can't be afraid of losing money in the stock market because you really can't. So if you believe in that company and they do take a dip, what you need to do is buy more of the stock if you actually believe in that company, because that means it's going to rebound. And when it rebounds, you would therefore make money on that stock dropping down. So you really can't lose if you believe in that company.
Man,
you only lose money when you
That's
sell,
it.
right? So you in order to lose money, you have to sell the stock when it's down.
That as well.
So as long as you hold and take a long-term view, you know, when it rebounds, then you'll be good.
Especially if you buy more stock when it would dip down. If you believe in the company, you buy when it drops because it's going to go back up. So now you made money when it goes back up to its original price that you bought it from the first time. And you know, Shaq also bought into Ring.
I'm sorry. I'm
Go ahead, baby girl. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to also point out, like, we're talking about stocks, but you need to have some other stuff in place before you start doing that. Like, you need a whole like financial plan, right? Not before you start, but so like you need to have at least 3 to 6 months of your expenses liquid, right? That you can put your hands on. You need several things. Don't just, if you're already paycheck to paycheck, don't run out there and start investing in stocks. Like, shore yourself up a little bit first before you start spending money in that way.
So now one of the ways that you can do that is lessen your output. You know what I'm saying? Like if you got a bunch of expenses that you could cut down on, you need to cut down. Maybe you shouldn't eat as much.
Damn.
Maybe you shouldn't be going out to buy DoorDash as much. Maybe you should be going out to restaurants. Maybe you shouldn't drink as much. Maybe you should buy as much weed. All those things that you can take away, you should take that away. One time when I stopped smoking cigars for a year, I accumulated $5,000 just by, instead of spending the money I usually spend on the cigars, I took that money and I put it somewhere else. It wound up being like $5,000 by the end of the year. So you could just take away a vice for a year. Discipline yourself for a year. If you drink Hennessy every fucking week and you buying $80 worth of Hennessy by the end of the goddamn week, put that shit up somewhere. And then you'll see how much money you have. All of a sudden you start to have money by taking away some vices that you have.
Yeah, cannabis stock is doing good too, though. So I saw somebody said that cannabis stock is doing pretty good.
So you know
that cannabis stock doing very well.
We ain't talking about no damn consumption. We're talking about
no, I'm talking about in real life.
Hey.
Like, not even trolling.
Hey, Daryl, don't get caught up on any insider trader secrets.
This thing over here.
So that's one way how you can so like how PhD was saying, if you cannot figure out a way to stop living check to check, what you can do is take away some of your vices for at least a year or two, and you'd be surprised how much money you got. And when you take that vice away, do not just spend it in another vice. So if you buy cigarettes every week, you smoke cigarettes, you smoke 2 packs you smoke a pack a day. I have no idea how much is that, but that's what, at least $10, right? I have no idea how much cigarettes is, so y'all could correct me if I'm wrong.
They probably more than that, bro. They probably more than that.
Up where we are, so we're gonna go say them Newports is anywhere between $12 and $18 a pack.
I'm about to say, yeah, that's a fact.
Right. So and people smoke at least a pack a day, right?
That's crazy.
So it's the truth. 10 times 7, right? 10 times 7. That's what? $84. $84 times 52. That's $4,368 if you stop smoking for a year. That's $4,000 if you stop smoking for a year.
Cut off Hulu, Netflix, YouTube Premium, all them extra services, any service that has you homebound and being lazy, cut those off and go get up and go do something else. If you live in paycheck to paycheck, it's because you want to.
So therefore you could cut, so just $84 a week times 52 weeks. That's how many weeks is in a year. You can make, that's $4,000 in your pocket. Now you can figure out what you want to do with that. $4,000 plus your tax return coming up next. You put an extra, you got a kid, that's like $10,000 you have to invest in. And you could break from the check to check eventually. I just gave you a certified plan that you could do easily if you smoke cigarettes. You want to break it down with any other stupid vice that you got? We could do that as well. Alcohol. So now we putting the alcohol with the goddamn cigarettes. How much you gonna spend on alcohol a week? You spend about $80 a week, right? So they buy at least a $50 bottle every week.
So you
And
want
then when
niggas
you go
to turn
and then
into
when you go to the bar, you're gonna spend another $30 to $40 at the bar. So that's at least $80 a week you spend on alcohol alone.
So you want niggas to turn into Puritans
At least for 1 year. At
If you
least.
can do that to better your own life, then I mean, continue to go down the rabbit hole you're going, and we'll see how far that'll get you.
Puritans, not Puritans. All right,
So if you could just sacrifice that for a year or two, so that means that if you do it twice, so you spend $80 on goddamn cigarettes and $80 on alcohol, you sacrifice that for 1 year. So now we times that by 2. That's $8,700 by the end of the year just by quitting cigarettes and alcohol. You have an extra $8,700 in your pocket. What can you do with that by the end of the year? Extra $8,700. That could go towards your kid. That could go towards your retirement. You only need $7,000 to put in your Roth IRA. If you do that every year for 30 years, that's $1 million tax-free. If you put $7,000 away for 30 years in your Roth IRA, that's $1 million tax-free by the end of that time. So what are we doing here? Y'all mean tell me y'all don't want to support great content? I have no idea what you were willing to support then. Are you not sharing this when this can actually affect somebody's life? And then I don't know what you want people to do. If you're not sending $1 to the Cash App, then you don't really care about other people surviving. This is the problem. People are scared to talk about money because they said, as soon as I said you got to give up cigarettes for a year so you can start yourself and give yourself some kind of a cushion, you a Puritan. We have a negative connotation on what is good for you. I said give up cigarettes and alcohol. Give up Newports because Newports cigarettes leave your system within 2 weeks. It is not as difficult to give up cigarettes as people say. That what's the word when you can't stop something?
Smoking
compulsive.
Yeah, that addiction.
Compulsive.
That addiction to
addiction.
cigarettes. That addiction to tobacco leaves your system within 2 weeks. And
It's
all those
just the
headaches and
fix-
all
it's
those
the
shakes
oral
that you
fixation.
all those headaches and shakes that you get from stop smoking cigarettes is gone in 2 weeks. So therefore, if you stop smoking, you put that money somewhere fucking else, and you stop drinking a goddamn Hennessy just for 1 fucking year for 52 goddamn weeks of your life, you have an extra $8,700. You put that $8,700 towards something like a Roth IRA that could turn into $1 million in 30 years. So that means if you started at 20, you could retire at 50 instead of retiring at 65.
Assuming $1 million is enough to retire off.
But no, assuming that is one retirement plus whatever you're doing, whatever else. So whether you have a 401k with your job and whether you've been saving up here, whether you buy property, whether you do all these other things, because once you start saving, you start seeing these things work, guess what? Your wheels start turning. You start doing better investments as this thing happens.
You can have more than one Roth IRA.
Come on. So like this is just the beginnings what I'm talking about. See, this is the problem. Like even when we have something as good as retiring with a full $1 million, because it's going to be more than $1 million in 30 years anyway. But anyway, just retiring with saying that you can retire in 30 years, starting at 20 to 50 with $1 million, we'll say, well, you don't know if you can even retire, so why even bother? No, let's champion the good shit. Let's go ahead and share out the good shit. This is great information. Let's go ahead and share it. Let's go ahead and crowdfund each other. Send $1 to each person, Cash App, whoever's hosting the show. That's it. Ain't nothing big. Ain't nobody asking you to fucking, you know what I'm saying? That's it. Let's just go ahead and support. We have one good solution. Let's go ahead and support that one good solution. And then we build on that solution. Now we got 2 good solutions, 3 good solutions, 4. And we keep grinding and grinding. Now we have 4 different IRA accounts. Now we have $4 million in 30 years.
And we all have a sense of brand loyalty, right? Like I have a sense of brand loyalty to y'all show, right? And since I have that brand loyalty to y'all show, I'm going to support it. I'm going to participate in it. And because I'm invested in y'all success, right? And all I'm saying is let's change our mentality to not only invest in who we're loyal to success, but invest in our own success. So if I'm shopping a lot at Walmart and I'm spending $1,000 a month at Walmart, let me take a little percentage of that and become an owner of Walmart. You know what I'm saying? If I'm paying AT&T my bill every month, let me take a percentage of that and own AT&T, right?
All right.
Because I have a sense of brand loyalty to the things I consume. So all I'm saying is let's just adapt the mindset to only being strictly consumers to now an ownership mindset. So now I own what I consume, right? So when I purchase something with my money that I worked hard for, it's also coming back to me because I'm investing in myself too. That's all I'm saying. So let's invest in a solution-based game. Let's invest in Simp Nation. You know what I'm saying? Because we want to be invested in their success, and then let's invest in ourselves. Let's own the things that we consume. And then that's how we grow together in the culture.
What? This is
excellent point, Brownsville. Excellent.
Shout out to Tezzy Cage. He is doing exactly that. He is supporting the stream. What? I could live off 1 mil. Shake my head. My lifestyle be low. That is the real key, is to keep more than you spend. Go ahead, Dr. C.
All right. Well, first I was gonna ask. I didn't understand what I may be saying his name wrong. Posada's point was. I'm gonna ask that question after I say this. I ran the math real quick. 87 times 30 is gonna give you about 261. If you give 261,000, if you get an IRA that has, if you find a generous one that has 10% return, you can turn that to about 287. So a little bit under $300 with that. If you're able to get, a nice round 10,000, you'll be able to see those numbers a lot more clearly. But it also depends on the interest rate, and as your account grows and your interest grows, that will also shape it. But flat 1 for 1, you're looking at about 300,000. Flat 1 for 1, you're looking at 260,000, maybe 10% RA, will push you close to 300. But then you also have the accumulation of interest throughout the years. It may not be quite $1 million, but it is better than nothing. I just wanted to understand what Mr. Posada's point was when he said, "Is $1 million going to be enough to live out?" Like, what is your point? What are you trying to say with that?
I was just talking shit, but honestly, I know that's what I do. I come on panels and talk shit. But honestly, another thing is that you also have, you never know the laws that will change. They might put a capital gains on all this stuff. Capital gain laws are now being brought to the people. So there's a lot of things that are happening politically with this money that we think we're just going to hoard in, because that's not the way of the future, is hoarding money in. That's not even how this even goes. It's about money exchanging and money flowing. So y'all just buying all these stocks and holding on to all these stocks and all this. This is not even how this all going to really go in the future.
So you're wrong.
How does it really go in the future?
Hold on. So here you go. You are wrong by saying that investing in stocks is money hoarding. That's not. That's actually invested in the circulation of money when you invest in
I'm just messing with you.
God damn it. Go ahead, Dr. C. But when you mess around with people like that, when you mess around with people like that, that makes them negative to going towards ownership, because somebody else that do not have the confidence and the understanding of what we are talking about, they will believe you and say, man, fuck that shit is a scam anyway. I don't want a money hoard. No, you invested into companies is actually producing circulation of money, because when they get the money, they go ahead and invest into marketing and this and that, and it creates jobs and so on and so forth. So invested into something like Tesla, where he brought all the jobs in America, where he got Tesla plants in America, he brought jobs. Tesla is an American-owned company. Most of the cars is built here.
Yeah, if you can't get a government contract yourself, then invest in somebody that gets government contracts, because they're going to get paid. Like Tesla, government contract. That's where his billion, that's where the money came from, government contract. Not that he just self-made himself out of a speck of dust into this mogul. No, he got government contracts.
Right. So
the never-ending money supply.
Right. So we got to keep promoting and encourage people to be consumers of ownership and just instead of consumers of stuff and things, because we do that very well. So now we can get people to start bragging, yeah, I got 10,000 shares of this. Well, I got 50,000 shares of this. I got a loan of my 100,000 shares of this company. I got a loan is for my projected shares. I got a loan and I bought some property like Koja. I bought some land, some farmland, and then now I bought it for $50,000. And now I can split up these lots, and now I can make $100,000 off of each one. So therefore, I made $200,000 off of this. Now I can get a loan off of that as well, and I can keep and the shit that keeps rolling. Because you start thinking differently. We start thinking ownership instead of thinking of consumerism. And then eventually, when you turn 50, when you're still looking good, then maybe you could buy some Gucci and Louis and all that. But now you got the money to back up your lifestyle instead of getting instant gratification. So this is the kind of things I also want to talk about with my membership. So become a member so we can have conversations about all these different things, how you can build up a different mentality. But, nobody's going to say that because they'd rather have me drag somebody.
That's right. The fact, Sharon.
So out of all of the quote unquote black-owned businesses that are being publicly traded, why do you guys think that or do you guys believe that, okay, how about this? Out of all of the quote unquote black businesses that are owned and publicly traded, why do you think that quote unquote black people do not support it as much as they would another company such as, I'm not going to say Tesla, they got the government contracts, but such as I'm
going to grab this food, I'll be back.
Just insert random company. Go for it.
So the reason why they don't, go ahead, Dollface.
I was getting ready to say you can't even name one of the black companies, so it's like that right there is already you want us to invest in people that most of us naturally probably don't even know about. So it's like, granted, that will have to be a research and whatnot, but for the fact that you brought that as an example, you could even give us an example of a both black-owned company.
Mm-hmm. And most people do not care about the stock market game in the first place. They don't care about the real estate game in the first place. Most people want that instant gratification. So if somebody's not, they'll fall for the scam artists that's in the real estate. Like, we see the dude, whatever, the real estate Tulsa fund. We see that it was a scam, but guess what? Everybody jumped to that because he was charismatic. And he was promoting the things that is very negative to our life. And that's the reason why they even gravitated towards him in the first place. Not because he was doing the right things, it's because he was doing all the wrong fucking things. And the people that's doing all the right things, we do not promote it at all. We keep that shit to ourselves. It's something about doing the right thing is that we got to keep it to ourselves. We can't let the world know that we're doing the right thing. We got to let them know that we some gangsters and we out here scamming and being tough instead of being soft. And we live in a nice neighborhood, gated community, and we don't never have to. It's something about that. I have no idea what's the problem with it.
And also, Cuzzo, we got to understand that what Dr. C's talking about, he's talking about a black publicly traded company. And 9 times out of 10, when the company becomes publicly traded, right, the majority shareholders is probably going to be somebody outside of the culture. You know what I'm saying? Regardless.
So let me give you 5. So let me give you 5 publicly traded black-owned companies. Right, you have DRCT. That's the code for on the stock market. It's Digital Direct Holdings. CEO Mark D. Walker. It was founded by, who was it founded by? What's this lady's name? Well, that's not Mark D. Walker. Then we have CARV, Carver Bank Group, which is CEO Michael T. Pugh. Then we also have U1 and U1K. That's Urban One, representing black culture. Then we have BYFC, Broadway Financial Group, CEO Brian E. Argett. You got RLJ Lodging Trust, CEO Leslie Haight, right? And so, the list goes on. You got Awesome Therapeutics,
Citizens.
And so, those are just 6. Those are just 6 right there that are quickly found.
One more to top up to make it even. Citizens Banshers Corporation is also one as well. So that's right. 7. So we just gave 7 black-owned, publicly traded stocks that you can invest in. So this way you don't have to just buy white.
And so now that the fallacy of my statement has been debunked, I put the statement back on the table. Why not invest in these companies as well?
Fuck them. Fuck them niggas. They're gonna close up one day.
Pastor, I'm coming for you. And I'm gonna tell you why a little information is a dangerous thing. And then we have to study our areas. Everybody's still bringing their ass to die in Florida. So when you said trailer park, let me explain to you. When you come to Florida, the furthest down south you could come is Key West. Key West, super expensive. Then you got Miami-Dade, which is already super expensive. Then you have Palm Beach County. Then you have Lee County. Lee County is Naples, already super expensive. The next place you could come, the most down south, would be Lee County, Hendry County, and I forget the other one. People still coming to South Florida, but these are the places when you run east to west and then over to Okeechobee is the furthest down south that you could come to build. And what do you think are the fastest building places? When I first returned home about 11 years ago, this land was selling for $5,000. I tried to get a group of women from my job to buy with me. When I finally went on the space, the shit had increased so much. The property that my mama bought when the market hit in Palm Beach County, which is one of the most expensive counties, for $5,000 to buy, if they have any available. The last time I looked was about 10 years ago. An acre, almost 2 acres, was selling for $199,000. So when you say trailer park, we suffer from our lack of knowledge. Educate yourself.
For example, educate yourself.
I wasn't talking bad about trailer parks. I know a lot about it from Eastern North Carolina. I know a whole lot about trailer parks.
Wait a minute. Speaking about we need to educate ourselves. I put a question on the floor.
Let me say about trailer parks.
I put a question on the floor.
Trailer parks. They are buying up trailer parks.
Hold on, Koja. Also, before we move forward, also RLJ Holding Trust, for example, it's only $12. It's $11.54 a stock. So it's not like it's something difficult to jump into.
Is trailer parks too dirty for you, Sharon? Hold on. Wait
a minute. I actually put a question and I proposed it to everybody on the panel and just skipped right over, and I posed it again and skipped right over. I'm trying to see if anybody can answer that question.
I gave you my answer, but Sharon, can you write in the back chat real quick?
Somebody answered by saying that I didn't even name any companies, and so that question is invalid.
I answered.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. That's you. Does anybody else have a response?
You said the same thing. I said
right.
I would still give the same answer due to the fact that, again, most people do not know of a lot of these companies that you just named. So you got to go and do your research. I'm like, it's going to for me still the same answer. I don't know half of these companies. I have to do research and then I'll invest.
All right. Is there anybody else that has a response as to why Black people don't invest in Black companies that are publicly traded?
The reason why most Black people do not invest at all is because it's not something that is cool. That's the real reason.
I would say lack of knowledge. I ain't got a lot of time, but I mostly came up here to say I hear what y'all talking about, but a lot of us, we so fucked up and drowning in debt to like invest is like it's like a pipe dream. You know what I'm saying? Even if it is $11 a stock, which you just mentioned for something, Sharon. A lot of us so fucked up in debt. Like an example is when a lot of people get their tax returns. It's usually to pay off debt, or they're gonna put themselves into more debt. So I don't know the mentality of the poor. Or just working poor, fucking even middle class. When you in debt, it's just more so that instant gratification takes over. Y'all been busting my ass for so long. I want to do something nice for myself. Yeah, it might cost me a couple of G's to go on this vacation. It might cost me fucking a couple of G's to get this down payment on a car. But you know what? I'm never gonna get a chance like this again, or I don't know when the next time is gonna come around. So I might as well do it now. And that's a hard battle, hard argument to make for people who just running a rat race.
Absolutely. And Urban One is $3.78 a share. So that's $4 a share for Urban One.
Right.
We can keep running down, even though both those stocks they are doing terrible so far today. They are both down about 1% today. So if you do look it up and you do some investigation on the company the CEO is, and if you believe that they are going to bounce back, it might be a perfect time to invest in them if you believe they are going to bounce back.
Do we trust them? I don't trust.
It's
Yeah,
not about,
yeah,
it's
so-
not about- so here's the thing is that when you're doing with a company, it's not about trusting them, it's about trusting whatever their ideology is and how they are going to move the company forward. So if they have a statement and we go follow the CEO, what is his plans for that company after you do your investigation? Because you got to investigate in a company. It doesn't matter if it's black, white, or indifferent. You got to investigate in the company to see if they have a plan that you want to put your dollars into.
The
All right,
black
so
self-hate is
far,
real. The black
so
self-hate
far-
is real. But Pastor,
Mhm.
let me tell you this here. If you didn't know, go over these YouTube streets. There are companies buying up trailer parks. Because guess what they do? They take the people's shit, they change the code, just like they was buying up developments, they're buying up trailer parks. So a lack of education until it become a trend. Go to places outside of Black YouTube. Go and read the number of big companies that are buying trailer parks. So it's the
so
thing.
we have three basic
We
reasons.
suffer for our lack of education, lack of knowledge.
One being a lack of knowledge, two, because it's not promoted as cool, and three, because there's a poverty mindset that folks can't get out of. If we get two more, we can get the top five and we can start working on solutions while we're over here being solutions-based gangsters in order to kind of switch this around, because we desperately need to not only change our public image, is that we need to also use our public image to develop us further, whether it be earned or unearned, as we see that like it just happens with Asia, it happens with Europeans. So it's time for us over here, especially being the leading black population of the world, to go ahead and make something happen with this. So if we get two more reasons why black people don't invest, then we can start actually tackling that, like and spread that conversation instead of continuously spreading the conversation of niggas ain't this and bitches ain't this and all of that stuff. And until you have somebody that's mind is so twisted that they think a high school dropout and an orthopedic surgeon are of the same educational ilk. That's sad. And we got to stop that, guys. We got to stop that.
Also, we have Carver Bankrupt Incorporated. They are trading at $1.78 right now, and they are up 2.8% today. So that means you'd have made a tremendous amount of money today if we'd had this some investigations and we'd see why and what reasons. So pretty much that's like about a 50-cent uptick, and that is a tremendous amount of money if you have a company that you invest in and you went up 50 cents. That is a tremendous amount of money, whether you believe it or not.
We're taking notes today, Sharon. I'm gonna have to call you Professor Bracy.
Because I'm on my
Professor Bracy is on the mic today. Guys, get your pens, get your papers, right? And make sure hit them likes and donate to the show right now. This brother dropping some gems. And ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you guys know I'm about to get out of here. So in case you forgot who I am, I just want to go ahead and run it back. You know I got to run it back. Technical difficulty. So guys, I'll just see y'all later. Peace.
Peace. Shout out. Welcome to the stage. Omni, etc.
What's going on?
What it do?
I love this conversation that people are talking about investment. I was in my car earlier. Y'all were talking about investment. I like where the conversation is going. Sharon, if you can, I don't know how skilled you are with StreamYard, but go to Nike's website, look up a pair of all white Forces, and I'm going to tell you the stock price of Nike.
Just go ahead and do it.
No, because this is why I will never buy another pair of Nike shoes a day in my life. This is why. It makes no sense. It makes no sense that niggas have, when you think about dudes in their shoe collection, niggas have walls, literal walls filled with Nike shoes. And all of that can translate into stock. They could have bought stock in Nike.
Right.
For a little bit cheaper than the shoes.
God damn.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it is. Let me see what it's at today. Hold on.
It's at $99. It's actually down today, almost a whole point. But
you said it's on discount? It's on clearance?
Yes, it's $99.88 right now.
Because let's be clear, Nike.
That means if you believe in Nike, if you believe in Nike tech, you believe in a sneakers, you believe in anything Nike, you believe that it is going to bounce back to what was the price before? If you believe it's going to bounce back to $99.91, if you believe it's going to bounce back to that, you should invest in it today.
Does everybody here believe that niggas are not going to stop buying shoes ever?
All right. You know what? I do not believe that. Guys, I hop right back on. I just want to say real quick, Koja, salutations, Koja. Salutations, Dollface. Salute, salutations, Supreme Goddess, PH Diva. Salute, Brownsville. Salute, Sharon Braces. Salute, Darren Long. And the man who just got on here, I really don't know. But, you know, I just want to go ahead and give the full outro.
Dr. C, the most dusty MD.
And now I'm out for real.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it is on clearance. Absolutely, it's on clearance. It's cheaper to buy Nike stock than a pair of Air Force Ones. Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
So what is the price now? The price is $99.83 at the moment. It can move at any second.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Jada OG. She said, tip your host, Sharon, add into my investment and cup of coffee. Go SBG. Let's keep that thing growing. Become a member because we're going to have these conversations usually behind a paywall. Is probably the best place to have this conversation because y'all don't care about it numbers wise any goddamn way. But
hey, I got to get rid of slide, bitch. But thanks for having me up. And don't.
Hey, I appreciate your back and forth, even though you was trolling most of the time.
Don't set these people up to get pumped and dumped. The market is harsh. I have a blessing.
It is not harsh.
It is.
It is not harsh. Actually,
people. Let me tell you something. The number one problem with black folks is that we're emotionally attached to our money.
Ooh.
We have an emotional attachment. A lot of black men in particular have an emotional attachment to money because of what's being communicated to the black male, that he has no value without it. As such, he has a hard time investing because he feels like he's losing the money when he should be looking at it as, I gained an asset. Understand what I'm saying? So the fact that, like, let me put it to you this way. You know how you can open up the Robinhood app or you can open up Webull, whatever you choose to use, public, whatever. You can see in real time the stock price go up and down, but a lot of black folks have been pushed towards home ownership. Your home still fluctuates at the same rates. Your home, it just depends on when it's been valuated and then they record the valuation. But on a day-to-day basis, depending on what the market's doing, depending on how the housing market's doing, your home's value still goes up and down. You know what I'm saying? And that too.
Now, what do you think about this? It is most people. It is not a race qualification. Most people are scared to invest in stocks because they are living check to check, even if they're making a six-figure a year. They still living check to check. And so it doesn't even matter how much money they make, they still living check to check. So it's not that at all. It's the problem is it's okay to, it's like what the conversation we was having earlier. It is okay to buy $1,000 pair of jeans, but it's not okay to buy $1,000 worth of stocks because it is cooler to have the instant gratification.
We had a conversation about broke people trying to impress broke people.
Broke people trying to impress broke people. Everybody broke. Nobody got money, but everybody trying to show off for each other. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is weird. So like you want to see somebody wearing $1,000 pair of jeans and they live in an apartment, it looks crazy. You own these $2,000 pair of shoes and you live in an apartment, no car, you look crazy. So like you're impressing broke people. It's like you're stunting. It's starting to look like people trying to stunt on homeless people. You're 2 steps away. You're 1.5 paycheck away from being with these people. You're stunning on people who have just as little or none as you do. It looks crazy.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
REITs. Tezzy K with the $2 ball. He said REITs is also a good investment I have in housing. REITs can be
for sure. I have a few of them. I have a few
They
of
can
them.
be good.
I like A, G, and C
Can
particularly.
you explain what a REIT is? What is he talking about? Because maybe, no, matter of fact, no, we're going to put that behind a goddamn paywall as well. If you don't know what it is, you will find out. You need to become a solution-based gangster, as we're going to try to figure out how to explain this for people to see if they want to get involved in it or not, because it's still primarily up to you to change your life. Like I already gave you an example. If you just stop smoking your goddamn Newports 100s for a year, you have $400 in your bank account, and you can go invest that into something. And then hopefully that can trickle a new way how you could invest your money. So you could take away another bullshit ass thing that you do, alcohol. You could take alcohol out your life, and that's another $4,000. So now you got $8,000 by the end of a 52-week period, and now you can go invest that, and then hopefully that will spark the brain and keep moving in that direction as you keep on investment, add more money into different investments, do some more investigation on the CEOs and who's running Nike now and who's running these black-owned, publicly traded stocks that we ran through today. So it's not just invested in white. No, you're invested in ownership, not in a race. You're investing in ownership. We gave you 7 different, just in case you want to be race loyal, we gave you 7 different black-owned, publicly traded companies in the stock market today that you invest in, and most of them is under $12. So that means every cigarette you bought, pack of cigarettes you bought, you could have invested in a goddamn black-owned business.
And there's the thing about the concept of ownership, right? We stress in ownership. Owning stock is the quickest way to own anything, because you actually own the stock. Is the reason why it's called shares. You're buying shares of the company. So in effect, you actually own parts of that company.
And I want to shout out to Aaron. Oh, he is somebody that is, you probably could consider an expert in this thing, but he do not want to say that he is yet. But he is somebody that is very well versed into this conversation. He has these topics come up often on his channel. Shout out to Aaron. Any of the mods that are here, please drop his channel in the thing, because y'all know I don't know how to do it. So find Aaron O's channel, drop it into the chat, because he is somebody that is heavily into this kind of topics. He loved this kind of talk. If he was available, he would come and school us all on how to do this. So shout out to Aaron O. Somebody please drop a link.
And he's right
Aaron,
about the taxes.
you could drop a link too, because
Right,
I believe you do have a goddamn ranch. So,
and it's about changing the mentality, man, because we got to go from being consumers to owners. Because back in 2005, Cuzzo, I bought my house. At that time, the value was like $170,000, and then the last valuation I got from it, because once your house goes up, you pay more taxes. So
absolutely,
the county's gonna send you your statement of how much taxes you got to pay for that year, and they're gonna also give you a new valuation for your house. So right now my house is worth over $330,000, right? And if I was to sell it right now, I would have made double of what, and I didn't even pay $170,000. You know what I'm saying? I could sell it for $330,000 right now and make double. But I'm not selling it because I love my house. I'm good here, and it's something I'm gonna leave for my kids. So that's another thing about ownership, right? Whether you buying stock, or you buying land, or you're investing in real estate, or what have you, you own it. And that's something that you can leave to your children or leave to your loved ones and promote generational wealth. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Because when something happens to me, my kids can choose to do whatever they want to do with the house. But that's going to be money that they're going to have that they didn't have to work for. You know what I'm saying? That's another vehicle that ownership provides for our culture. And that is what we got to do, man. It's not investing in black or white. It's you investing in yourself. You know what I'm saying? And you investing in your own culture. And that's what we're sitting here doing here. So you have to like the stream, because you're getting a lot of good knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
Can I respond?
Subscribe to the channel. Share the channel. Support the channel with cash apps and super chats and all that. Because guess what? we have a joint ownership in the conversation. And as the show continues to become successful, we're gonna grow with the show. So that's what I got, man. Appreciate it.
Can I respond? It's great that you can sell your home and get that. But if you cannot go and purchase a home, selling it and having to rent, I mean, with the profit you take out of it, when the market is up, you can take that money. But if you can't go and purchase another home and you have to go into another mortgage and pay more, and it's great if you want to upgrade homes and you want to say, hey, I want to whatever. So I got 150,000 or 200,000 because you're not getting all that money. If you purchase your house at Stop Beta and it's now worth 400, but you still owe 180 on the mortgage, then you're not getting it. They're gonna take that whatever you owe, and then you'll take the profit. Now, if that profit is 200,000, but houses are selling for 400,000, you're kind of not I mean, it'll give you a lot of cash liquid, but if you're going to go into a rental market and things like that, I saw a lot of people, because things were popular at the time, stating, oh, I could get a home equity loan. And they didn't understand fully what that meant. That meant, yeah, you could get a home equity line of credit or whatever and buy you a car cash. But guess what? When I make payments on that car, they can't take my home, but I could lose my home if I default on that home equity loan. So we have to get understanding of all things. And like I said, if you sell your home and you got 200,000 in it and you profit that, but if you cannot take that 200,000 and go and buy you a replacement home and the home's are 400,000, you just acquired another $200,000 and basically started over. And it's great if you want to upgrade neighborhoods. But that's
and also we need to put in the fact that a lot of things people do not want to consider is that when you buy a house, if you wait the whole 30 years and you make your minimum payment, you make payment for 30 years, you pay triple the amount that your house is actually worth because of the interest. Nobody talks about that.
And
so
that's
even though we like to say that, we leaving it to our house, they ain't make no money.
The first, I would say,
they didn't make no money if you wait 30 years
to 25,000 of that mortgage. The first 25 years of that mortgage is basically principal. I mean, interest. You have barely touched the principal. You really only start touching the principal the last few years. And when the market goes up and you accumulate equity only because the market jumped, that's buy low, sell high. But generally everything else is high. So we have to get a complete understanding. I'm not an expert in it, but I did see people losing their homes. But people are a lot more educated now, maybe or maybe not. I'm not sure.
If you're going to be a situation.
Shout out to Aaron O. He says, for the stock talk, let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. Support the stream. I appreciate you, Aaron O, for showing some love to the stream of finance talk, because it's not easy to have these conversations because number one, it doesn't attract a lot of people. That's number one. Number two, a lot of people are not comfortable with talking about their financial situation. That is a very scary thing for people to put that out in the open and show how really broke or how really rich they are. Either way, people don't want to talk about it.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? People don't want to explain how rich they are because they don't want people to they don't want their cousins to start to call them for some dollars. And they definitely don't want to talk about how broke they are because then people are going to use that against them later on in life. Go ahead, Dollface.
I was going to ask, why would it not make sense if you just bought a house? Well, if you just sold your house and you did only make $200,000, why would you not take that only $200,000 and go buy, I don't know, like maybe 100 acres, 50 acres, buy you a couple of acres, drop your house down on it? Yes, it's going to be work, but so is a house. Everything is going to be work. You can easily.
That's what I said. I did say that unless you can buy a house for the profit that you make, I did say that. So if you want to change areas in which you live, because generally a place that's going to be a high market area and you get that, and you're going to go to some place like the country where that 200,000 gets you more, and that's what you want to do. Yeah, but if you want to stay in that same area, so I did put that caveat in there.
So I think what it is people don't look at the totality of things and what's better, which one is better, which one's worse, right? So like, so if you buy a $400,000 house, you get a loan right now at what 7% interest, you are going to want to spend about $800,000 to $900,000 on that house by the time that shit is over.
Why don't y'all pay on principal and pay interest later?
See, that's the kind of conversation you got to have. You need to be trying to get rid of that mortgage in 15 years. Really, that's what you need to be doing. And then now the house is actually worth it. But if you wait the whole 30 years, and then if you even do a refinance, you know what I'm saying, now you pay even more than what you originally paid, because now you started that whole situation all over again. Now you are paying to the principal, you paying to the loan again instead of to the principal. And so these are the things that people do not put in consideration when they own a house. Yes, owning a house is awesome, but if you own it for 30 years, you might not have made $1 off that goddamn house. Or it could be in a place where it's just redeveloped, and you know, it's like Brooklyn, where you bought a house for $300,000 20 years ago, and then now the house is worth $3 million, and then yes, it's worth it. So it's got these up and down situations of all this, because gentrification is a good thing if you own a house. I don't know for what nobody tell you. Gentrification is excellent. This fucking America been gentrified since the people came here. So the shit's not gonna never stop. So
I definitely agree with what you're saying, because I'm just saying, if I can work these 2 jobs until the summer of next year, I can pay off about 80% of my house. I just got this house in 2019. My goal is to pay these people off so I don't have to pay that interest. So I'm doing a lot of sacrificing. Basically, the second job I work, I don't even touch that money. So I will be, you know, when I finish this divorce and everything, using that money and I will be saving my money and trying to do that to pay it off, instead of taking the whole, I think I did 27 years to pay it off in advance. And when you pay stuff off, you don't pay the interest. And if you, like I said, if you don't understand interest, they have what they call amortization calculators online to show you every month how much of your payment is going toward interest and how much is going toward your principal. And when you get, like I say, until you get down to maybe the last 5 years, you really, or even less, you really start seeing a decrease. But look at the amortization calculators, and you can even do it for your car loans and things of that nature.
And usually what it is, most of the money's going towards the loan. So that means if you are paying $1,000 for to just keep it bare minimum, you paying $1,000 on your mortgage, about $800 is going towards the loan, and $200 is actually going towards your house. That's how it is.
But
one thing we gotta understand though, Cuzzo, is that, you know, land is a natural resource. You know what I'm saying? The earth will never produce more land. So the reason why, the benefit of owning land and owning a house, is because the value's only gonna go up. It's never gonna go down, because it's a natural resource and we're producing more people, but we're not producing more land. So that is something that you can will to your kids. And by the time they sell it, it's probably worth 3 to 4 times the value that you worked hard and paid for, that they get to reap the just straight benefits from selling it, right? And that is another vehicle to create generational wealth.
I don't know about generational wealth, but yes, it is a start.
Well, it helps. It helps. That's what I'm saying. Because what is generational wealth? If you start from zero, if you inherited a house that's worth $400,000 or $500,000, right? And you sell it and you get $400,000, right? Now you start at $400,000 instead of starting at zero. So my
idea
that's creating wealth for your family. Same way with stocks, same way with bonds. Like, those are things that you can leave to your children. And that gives them a baseline, a start, and they can take that money and do something greater with it. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it starts. It's leaving a legacy that your kids can build upon. You know what I'm saying?
So what I think is generational wealth, I think about, like, you just gotta give them the education. That is more important than actually leaving them a dollar amount. The education on how to build something. That's the real generational wealth that these young people need, is the education.
And
it's
that's
not
important
the money,
because
Ma, because you could always make and lose money. That shit don't mean nothing. Because Donald Trump, he was given $1 million, lost it all, he made it back again. So it's really more the education. But since he had the education on how to manipulate the real estate market, he turned that one building and made it seem like he was a billionaire. He wasn't a billionaire at the time, but he convinced the world that he was a billionaire, and that's how he turned into a billionaire, because he learned the game. He had the intelligence to know how the game works and how not to spend money. That's why he only spent $1 in taxes last year, even though he made $1 billion.
But
Can I expound upon that?
It's both, because I'm gonna tell you a story, right? When my father died, even though
and you could go next, Koja.
My father was a drug addict for most of my life, right? He passed away, and then guess what? I had to use my money to bury him. You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't have a life insurance. He didn't have any assets. He didn't create any type of wealth for himself. And what happened was that left for his kids to have to take care of the situation when he left the earth. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is what we have to do better at as our people is leaving a legacy to where our kids don't have to do those things, right? I don't want my kids to have to use their resources to bury me. You know what I'm saying? When I leave this earth, I want to leave a legacy behind that they can build upon and grow, instead of leaving debt and leaving responsibilities that I should have taken care of for them to take care of. That's what I'm saying. That's what's important about the conversation is, yes, we got to give them the knowledge, but also we got to give them the resources, you know, to so that they can be able to grow and not have to work as hard as we had to. That's generational wealth. It's the combination of both things.
Can I go?
Yes.
Okay. We can look at the examples of gentrification, and this is something I was reading, and I think I saw it online too. The brownstones in parts of New York, how they were able to be gentrified is because the parents or the great grandparents left it to the parents, and the kids inherited it and sold it. They didn't either keep it in good repair. When these companies came in saying we buy this and that, they sold their generational wealth for pennies. And now that's when you see the gentrification of neighborhoods from stuff that was left to people who did not see the value in keeping it up or paying the taxes on it, and they lost the generational wealth. And now that's how you see those neighborhoods that were once Black being gentrified. So if you don't leave people the educational knowledge, and they say what they sold those things for were ridiculous amounts that are worth hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars now. So if you don't give them the education alone, just leaving the generational wealth without education does nothing. So we have to have the conversation. And maybe their parents didn't know. It was possible that they didn't even know anything back then to leave the children, because they maybe were working people just trying to get something to survive.
That's it. Yeah,
but now we know better.
Is that most of them, when they bought the houses for $50,000, it was no way they imagined that $50,000 house that they bought when they was just driving taxis or working at the plant, that it was going to be worth millions of dollars by the time they turned 75 years old.
But they kids had the exposure to higher education, but they saw the money like, oh, this free money, mama left this to me or grandma left it to me. Only thing I see is I'm getting $50,000 now out of it of 75, and they didn't see the value of taking the loan out and upkeeping it or whatever.
Right.
So if we give them the property without the education, it doesn't serve the community.
No community, yes. And also a lot of things is that we don't talk about in our culture for some strange reason, as something else that we don't have to talk about, is about creating a will, because Black people do hate to talk about death. And because if you don't create a will and you don't have somebody to take control of your money when you die, right, even if you are married, is that your bank account will go into probate, and you could be fighting that case for years until you get release of that goddamn money. And you don't want to be fighting
attorneys.
You don't want to be fighting no goddamn probate court so you can get some money out of your father's bank account or your mother, grandmother, whatever, because there's no will. We got to start talking about these things. We got to have insurance. We got to have wills. We got to understand what probate even means. I don't know if everybody even understand what probate means. What happens when you die, why your money gets in probate and you cannot take no money out. It will be locked for 3-5 years.
And probate ain't free. Those attorneys appointed by the court get paid, and they gonna drain that bitch to the end. And that is the big game that we don't understand.
So that's another thing that we're going to talk about that as well. We're going to put that behind a paywall too. So if you don't know what probate is, go ahead and become a solution-based gangster so we can talk about this money as well as relationships and things of that nature as well. So we're not just going to be talking about dick and pussy.
It's so many different ways to make money out here, man. It's a million different ways to make money. The thing is are you going to get up and do it? And then as far as this knowledge, are you going to actually retain it and apply it?
Because how we talk about it every day on this channel, Jared, like when you find some good information that you can implement into your life, we do it today. We do not wait for tomorrow, because that is a procrastinator's favorite day of the week is tomorrow. So no, you find that you're hearing things that you never heard before, possibly. I don't know. Some people have heard of it. Talk about it. Let's start Googling it and figuring out how you could, do the damn thing. And yes, we're going to put that behind a paywall. I'm going to start my goddamn life coaching goddamn classes. I got my website. It's about to be fully up and running. So this way we can have private conversations with people. We're going to figure out a price point. Maybe y'all can help me figure out a price point. How much should I charge for an hour? Y'all let me know to give up the information that I had to learn and bump my head and fail at every goddamn day.
Like you said, how much you learn for an hour?
Yeah, what you say?
How much for an hour?
200 an hour.
I'll take how much you made last year and divide it by 8,700, your total income, and then add a little. And then I would add a little bit more. Look at the market rate of what consultation is as a business. I'd look at the market rate on consultation and figure it out from there.
Yeah, that's definitely the most simplest way. I'll think about doing that, but I think it might still be a little too expensive for most people. But yes, that is definitely one way to do it. And the reason why he used that number 8,700 hours, do anybody know why he used that specific number? I wonder. Do you know why he used that specific number, 8,700 and how much? 8,743? I believe.
No, it's just 8,700.
8,700. Do we know why we use that number to divide your money with? Anybody know? Handolfe, do you know why he used that exact number? So if you make $60,000 for the year, you need to divide 60,000 times 8,700. I mean, divided by 8,700. Do you know why he used that number?
Okay, say 60,000, 80. Say those numbers again. I'm trying. I don't know why.
If you make $60,000 to figure out how much I should charge an hour, he said, if I made $60,000 last year, take that number and divide that by 8,700, and whatever number that comes, that's how much I should charge an hour. Do you know why he used that number?
Not necessarily, because I did that math backwards, but that number didn't make sense to me. No.
So 60,000 divided by 8,700. What that come up to?
Let me see. I'm about to redo this again because I'm about to say 6.8, 60,000.
Yeah, 60,000 divided by 8,700.
8,700. I'm getting 6.8965, blah, blah, blah. But I think, is that needed to be divided differently?
So that's $6.80 is what it turns out to be. Correct? That's what you said? Let me see. I'll do it right now. Instead of asking you, I can do it my goddamn self. So we can find out why.
It's $6. That's why I was like, that number don't even make sense to me.
So it does. So 8,700 is that 8,700 is the number of hours is in the year.
Yeah, but typically people don't work every hour of the year. So you're usually working the 40-hour work week in a year is 2,080. 2,080 hours. And so that's what you need to be dividing it by, not every hour, because we don't work every hour.
So the reason why you use every hour of the year is because it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that it stops. That's how much you really make. Just because that's when you stop working technically that doesn't mean that time actually stopped, that you stop spending money. No, you still, it's 2,080 work hours out the year, but however, you live for 87 of them. So even so, when you doing something, it's still, you got to look at it as a cost of living. No matter what. So really, like, people want to do it as hourly because they don't want to do 24 hours. Because if they did 24 hours, they really see how much money they make an hour for real. People would go ahead and grind a little bit harder because, like, they look at it like, oh, I'm making $20 an hour, but really, nigga, you making about $10 an hour.
I would say do your base pay as whatever the daggone state's minimum wage is, and then whatever degrees and whatnot you have, start basing it off of that. Because like out of all of the work hours and whatnot, we're not going to calculate all the work hours. I got a life to goddamn live. Understandably, you're not going to make money on each and every single hour. If you can, cool. But if you want to make money on each and every single hour for an hour of your daggone time, if you deem it valued as $200, $150 daggone dollars or whatnot, then so be it. Either way,
but this is how money works.
But so that's the thing. So like when you go out and do your fun shit, it costs you money. It costs you your hourly money and plus the money that you spend on it. That's the problem.
Yeah, but didn't you just say earlier that you want to be able to save?
No, here's the problem. People only use that concept as, hey, listen, I only work 40 hours, but I'm spending for 24 hours. They don't understand it, and that's why they stay in a broke mentality.
No. So you're trying to see how much you should charge people for an hour of your time. If you use 8,700, that amount is going to be much smaller than if you use 2,080, right? Because again,
exactly.
I get that we have to live 24 hours a day, but you only spending a certain amount of that working. So if you're trying to determine how much you need to pay for your hours working, then how many hours there you gonna be living in a year? Like, that's not
Sharon,
really.
if I may.
So that means you gotta grind a little goddamn harder if it's only $10 an hour. That's pretty much what he's saying. He's saying, so this is how you could grind harder. Stop having this inflated idea of how much money you make. Because if you're saying that I make $40 an hour because I'm just doing on a 2,080 hour work year, no, I should really be looking at it as an 8,700 work, because then I would like, oh, I'm not making enough money. I need to go make more money. I need to get up to $100 an hour.
But you just said earlier, if you're not making enough money, you need to cut back on some of your vices. So, like, I'm already taking out. We're not going out. We're not doing all this. You got other things that you need to handle and whatnot. We're not spending money on bottles. We're not going to go buy a cigarette. We're not going out. We're not doing all of that. We're going to stay on the fact they all still need to save money because clearly everybody is broke. Based upon what the government says, everybody is broke. You still need time for yourself. If you're not even calculating sleep time and whatnot, you're going to burn yourself out.
No, it definitely, you got to count sleep time as a money spent as well. When you have sex, it's money spent. So you spend an hour having sex, you spent $10, whatever that price. Well, for that person, it's $6.80. So if you have sex for an hour, you just spent $6.80. That's why they, $40 inflation.
Sharon, if I may, man,
go ahead.
I see people misconstruing certain things in the chat. 87 is actually, I was off by 60. It's actually 8760, right? 8760 is the number of hours in a year total, not just working hours, okay? So when you say your annual income is how much you make in a year. A year is a metric of time. So if we break that down per hour, how much you make in a year, an hour of your life is worth whatever your annual income is divided by 8760. That's how much it takes for you to take a shit, sleep, you know what I'm saying, if you want to goof off and play video games. That's how much, and this is another concept called opportunity costs. So now you got to assess situations like, if me sitting here talking to this motherfucker who ain't shit, if this is costing me, let's say I'm a millionaire and I make $100 an hour doing anything. This motherfucker who ain't shit, who's going to waste my time, now I'm in a bracket where my time is worth something. So do I really feel like talking to this dude? Like this dude that ain't talking about he mad at his baby mamas and all of this. Do I really feel like talking to him about his situation and his problem if I'm worth $100 an hour doing anything? If I'm playing jump rope with my kids for $100 an hour because I got so many investments, the dividends is coming in like that. I do another route that you could also take, Sharon, to to disseminate information is like a Skillshare or something like that. You could create, instead of doing one-on-one consultations, you can just put out content over there like you plan on doing with your memberships, and then figure out a price for that. And then that would be what you're already making, because I see the ads pop up all the time. It's residual. It's not dividend, not residual. What is it? Royalties. That's technically what you're getting paid in. Yeah, royalties. Royalties, passive income. All right. So with that, and your YouTube channel being the asset that pays you, you know what I'm saying, you have more income coming in. So now you can spend more time with your daughter because you're making $100 an hour, whether or not you're doing anything in life. That's the concept of opportunity costs.
Yeah, because I think that's missing out on. That's why they fail to realize the part that, you know, the stocks is making money for you no matter what time of the day it is, right? It's still making money for you. You know what I'm saying? So that's the part that people get confused. I'm making $40 an hour. Not really. So if you invest in your house is making money for you 24 hours out the day, as it keep on increasing. Every single year is increasing. So that means every single hour it was making money, regardless if you look at that. But if you start to look at your life in the 8,760 hours, it might transform the way how you look at money and how you perceive your time and what's worth it. It's not worth for me to play a video game because me playing that video game is costing me $6 an hour. I should go get a job that's paying me $12 an hour. So now you double your money, whatever the case is. That's how you should look at it, and it might change your idea of money. This is what we are talking about, changing your ideology about money. Stop looking at it as just consuming something as I need to go out and have fun and party because I need to unwind. No, fuck that. It costs me money. It's costing me double the money because you only look at I spent $50 for this bottle of wine, but really it costs you $50. It costs you $56.80. That's what it really costs you.
I'm gonna see it a tad bit differently due to, like, when I say like my personal time, like I need my sleep time is certain.
Right. So even when you sleep in, you gotta count that as a cost as well because you need it. You have to do it, but it's still a cost.
Oh, she jumped off.
I don't know what happened. Her microphone just.
She was fucking.
I think she probably DC'd or something like that.
Dolph like on my panel a lot. She used her phone. Her shit probably dead, dog.
So that's all we're saying, that you need to start looking at money there, and hopefully from this moment on you are looking at money different. You are looking at money within an annual situation instead of just a 40-hour work week.
This then those pays, whatever pays is, has to be included, so that way I don't have to work every single day. I don't have to include every single hour of my day. We're going to include these amount of hours, this, then the third, and whatever. If I can't just so happen to make, we'll say if I'm trying to make $83,000 off of 40 hours a day, 40 hours. Okay, if you need to jump them 40 to 60 hours, then go ahead, jump them 40 to 60 hours, but we're not giving you 196 hours of our time.
Hey, look at the way how you want to look at it. That's all I got to say. It's more than multiple one way to look at things. It's up to you.
I'm aware because I make multiple streams from different things. Like the same way most of you guys get paid off of YouTube, I still get paid off of other people's YouTube channels for managing them. So it's like that understandable.
There you go.
But naturally, if I'm going directly to something, if I'm going into,
because really at the end of the day, okay, there you go.
I'm only going to dedicate so much time to it, is what I'm saying.
Because at the end of the day, people don't really care when you're trying to buy a house. They don't really care how much money you make out. They ask you how much you made for the last 2 years. You know what I'm saying? So you can calculate that however you want to calculate it. You can calculate it at $10 an hour, or you can calculate it at $40 an hour and at 22,080 hours a year. However you want to do it. The bank doesn't care. They only look at how much you made for the past 2 years. That's it. They don't give a fuck.
Okay, Sharon. So I Googled it and it says personal life coaching typically costs $75 to $200 per hour, with an average of $120 per hour.
Awesome.
And then you could do like packages, like if you do 4 30-minute sessions for like $300 a month, or stuff like that. So it seems to be a lot of leeway in how you can set up your time and how you get paid, your fees.
Okay.
Just FYI.
Absolutely. Thank you. See, this is what I love. They talk about we don't be getting down to it. We got down to a lot of different ideas and a lot of solutions today. So anybody that says otherwise than that, they can kiss my black ass. Anybody that say we ain't about solutions, kiss my black ass. That's a solution, God damn it. It ain't my fault. Shake your ass, ho.
Shout out to Sexy Red.
I enjoyed today's conversation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. How did you like it, PSV? That we had a different conversation. It was about DNP, like usually.
No, I enjoyed the conversation. I had to step away for a meeting for about an hour, but yeah, I think we should do more conversations like this. I think it's helpful to people.
I think so, because it opens up their mind to what they already have in their mind, right? So it's like, oh, I didn't even know about these 7 Black publicly traded companies. We didn't know about them, right? Possibly.
Right. I didn't.
Possibly. And now you can figure out you could go ahead and do some investigation and see who's running the company and see if you want to actually invest it. And we see that the barrier to entry to those 7 companies is not expensive at all. Some of them is as low as $1. And it
I
went
love
up
going to Black
2%
restaurants,
today.
man. I love going to eat at Black restaurants, to be honest.
And it went up 2% today. It went up 80 cents today. That is a tremendous amount of money. If you ever invested in the stock and it went up 80 cents, you made bank that day.
That day, for sure.
For sure. 80s, because really people really will love if they stock just go up 10%. I mean, 10 cents.
You use different brokers.
It makes it easier for if your stock go up 10 cents. This is what Dolphins was talking about with the penny stocks. So if you bought a stock at 1 cent and then in a week, you bought and it went up 10 cents within a week, you made hella money that week.
Especially if you put $100 on it.
No, I'm just saying, but that's any side. That's just to make it simple for people to understand. But go ahead, I mean.
I was saying, especially if you put $100 or more on it, you made
some.
You 10x your money, so you essentially made $900, but you're sitting on $1,000. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So like for example, with the Nike stock that Ani was talking about, it was down when we first looked at it. It was at 99.80. If it goes back up to 99.90, you made some really good money. Just at 10 cents.
I couldn't agree.
Depends how much stock you buy. You know what I'm saying? How much money you got to invest in it, though. 10 cents is a lot.
You didn't have to lift nothing. You didn't have to ching at the register. You ain't have to type in the machine with all the pictures on it. You know what I'm saying? You ain't have to change out the roll of towel paper at every gas pump in the gas station. You ain't have to sweep up nothing off the floor.
Yeah,
for that money.
The reason why it works so good with like a penny stock, if you use it, makes sense, because you could buy so, like what Ami said, you could buy so much of it at a penny stock. So $100, you would essentially, it would blow up crazy. So for example, you might not at $100, you're not going to be able to buy that much stock in Nike possibly because you don't have $1 million. So now that 10 cents is not going to stretch as much as it would sound. But if you bought that stock that we were talking about today, the Black-owned bank that went up almost a whole point today, which was about 80 cents. It went up 80 cents today within the last 2 hours. That's hella bread. 80 cents? If you had 1,000 stocks?
That's hella bread.
You know what I'm saying? Because it was only $1. It was only $1 and change. So you put 1,000 and change in it and it went up 80 cents. You're making some pretty decent money. You just, we could calculate it simple. Just make it just simple. What's that? Yeah, you just made $800 within the last 2 hours. And you bought $1,000 within that stock at the beginning of the bell, and it jumped up to 80 cents that it did. You had made $800 off $1,000. That is a crazy flip.
It is, man. But they be scaring people not to invest into penny stocks. I ain't gonna lie. I got a penny stock book here I was reading a few years ago. It's fire. But I ain't, like, me personally, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not really into penny stocks. I think that you can make a lot of money off of it, obviously, but a lot of people I done seen
you're gonna lose a lot because because you're gambling now because you're not doing any research. You're just like, oh, this is gonna jump, and then you stay too long. Then now you are just mad because you could also be investing as gambling too. It's like,
they're definitely in my opinion, gaming elements.
Yeah, definitely, especially that like
the slots.
Yeah, that thing like Dow was saying earlier, the day trading. Day trading is damn near gambling.
Everybody stay away from options.
Oh man,
everybody stay away from options.
I was trading options off of it, and you can.
I was trading options last year, bro. That shit. You talking about binary options? What type of? I was trading binary options.
Okay.
That shit is stressful. I did make some money, but I'm telling you, like, That shit stressful as fuck, bro.
If you're in a position,
you talking about being emotionally attached to your money? Do day trading? You're gonna be emotionally attached to that money for sure.
Real shit. There are people that have unalived themselves over options trading. It is not a game. If you have an emotional attachment to your funds, meaning that you need it for survival at this point, don't anything options is not an option. All right, don't do it. Don't do it to yourself.
Because once it go in that wrong direction, you see that you went from 10,000 to negative 5,000.
Option for a long time. You know what I mean? To trade fucking options and shit. But I don't know, man. I really want to fuck with it. Not now.
So no, Dela did not tell me any stock tips. I learned through trial and error. I learned through losing money.
Man, I used to invest into dumb shit. My first investment that I fucked up on was I invested into this company back in the day that was like when 5G and 4G and LTE came out. It was this company called ClearMax or Clearwire, something like that. I think it's called Clearwire, whatever. They was going to be like the next LTE before it came out, but then Verizon made that shit, and it was pretty much over. Like the company ended up sinking, so I was pissed, bro. The one company I wish I would have invested into was Boston Dynamics, because I remember when they
those
went
robots was crazy.
Yeah, man. I remember like nobody was really fucking with that shit. The idea of robots for like bro, they got a new robot that can pump your gas. You saw that shit? That shit
I ain't see it, but I know they pretty advanced.
Yeah, they got one that pump your gas. They got ones in Vegas that make your drinks. Like they slowly but surely replacing a lot of low labor like jobs with machines. So that's something I would invest in. I always invest in oil, crude oil specifically.
So that's a whole nother different kind of game. That you need some real money to invest in properties like that, and like oil and gas, and that's a whole nother game. But you can make a lot of invest in electricity. You can make a lot of money, but it costs a lot of money to really get into it as well, though. But definitely you can make a lot of money. But like Ami said, you gotta be willing to use money that is accessible to lose at the same time.
Yeah,
or at least have
don't put up
patience
that
enough
which you
for it
are
to come
afraid
back.
to lose.
Yeah. At least you have enough patience for it to come back. And with that, I think we are good for today. We hit the 4-hour mark. I didn't expect us to be that long, but we did. We made it here.
We definitely did. Shout out to SBG.
And so we out. We'll be back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. roughly.
9 a.m. ish. 9 a.m. ish.
And we'll see y'all mañana. Thank y'all all. Make sure I become a solution-based gangster.